Well, Mr. Anderson. Hey, beautiful people, how y'all feeling today, man? Welcome to the backstage. We're only gonna be backstage for about 5 minutes since we are starting almost 10 minutes late, but you guys got to rock with the music for a bit longer. But again, I have to let you know, welcome to episode 85, the year-end roundup for Living Splitscreen. What's going on, beautiful people? How you feeling? See you guys.
I saw Tim the Sorcerer was requesting music, or was it Cullinane? One of those two was requesting the music because they were out and about.
Get the music going. I need it. No, but greatly appreciate you guys for being here again. I know we skipped off on a week again. Holidays. Hopefully everybody's Christmas was amazing. Real quick, I mean, I'll go over mine. Christmas was pretty short, sweet, and simple, man. The kids loved everything they got, and it was pretty to the point, man. I mean, again, Christmas has peace at this point, and I kind of understand when mom has a little bit of a different approach on it. She necessarily doesn't celebrate it anymore, but for me, it's definitely more so about the kids than anything else, right? As it should be. I mean, at least to me, because as an adult, right, you can get things whenever you want. Get things for your significant other whenever you want. So why just solidify it down to one time of the year? Same thing with like Valentine's Day, stuff like that. Why solidify it to only specific times of the year when you could do it, all year long, and then, keep that special things going for the kiddies and kind of those types of things. Paul, where did you get a sign?
Where did I get a sign? That was that was one of my gifts from my dad.
Really?
Yeah, he hooked me up with the Pong Soul sign.
I was about to say, man, you got RGB now? Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what everybody. I don't know why. When I popped in here, all of a sudden I don't have my Pong Soul background. Like it was working last night on Xbox Ultimate, so I didn't take the time to figure it out. So yeah, I just threw on the sign right now. So,
hey,
yeah,
like it. That'll work. I like it. I like it. It's sexy. Huh? Different. And Jacob Novik says, New Year's Day is here. New Year's Eve is, and hopefully we here at Living Splitscreen can bring it in, rocking and rolling. I know it's not quite late in the afternoon, but for you guys to really start kicking off your celebrations. But it's early enough to get that jump start you need and really get into this game conversations, because we got to wrap up the year, man, kind of like what we did similar to last year for those who were with us. We're just going to go over some of the things that we liked. Overall, I'm going to go over my kind of top 10 of the year. I know that's kind of been a thing for a lot of people. I'm also going to throw in something a little bit different because I do have quite a few outside of my top 10. It's probably an additional 7 that are honorable mentions for the year. These are going to be, and all the games that I'm mentioning are games that I would recommend to anybody, right? I know people said that Xbox hasn't done anything this year, first party title wise. I mean, let's be honest, people are saying that Xbox hasn't done anything this year. A lot of people are putting it, trying to pitch it that way. And I've come with information that Xbox has dropped like 40 plus games that were actually released this year directly into Game Pass. No, they weren't the biggest games of all time, and they weren't the greatest games, but that has been done, so you can sell that they're trying to do something different, but it isn't enough when you still need that brand identity to bring more people in, man, because that's what it's about. But there definitely has been some hitters for sure this year. Gaming is stronger than ever. Coming out of the pandemic, that's something else that we got to consider. 2 years we spent in a pandemic, climate, right? From 2020 to 2022, we're coming into 2023. Hopefully nothing else traumatic or dramatic ends up happening. And we can just keep rocking and rolling. The devs can get back in the studio. Everybody's shoulder to shoulder. I know things are going to be different moving forward because they have found new ways to get work done remote. But I do think this is going to open up a new avenue for devs to look at how they develop games differently, and publishers to probably look at that same thing. I'm anticipating a lot going into this new year. For those who are watching live, again, since we are behind the scenes, I'll reiterate it again once we go live for our audio listeners. But yes, what you see today in the background is Ghost Recon Breakpoint. Me and my bro will jump back into it. He's a third-person fanatic, but doesn't believe in PlayStation. Well, now he believes in PlayStation, just not their games like that. Third-person multiplayer games is what He is always looked for. It's what I tend to look for also. We tend to favor each other in that fact. So, we're at Gears of Wars, The Last of Us, multiplayer, things of that nature, Ghost Recon, things of that nature are going to be the types of things that we like to get into. Call of Duty, third-person multiplayer. I've been making some movies here recently, guys. Like, when I say making movies, I had to put up a clip. It didn't go up last night because for whatever reason, I guess the file was too big, even though it's only 30 seconds. Whatever. I do try to typically record in a higher quality, so maybe that's what it is. But when I make I be making movies out here, man. When you go to a movie, you're real quiet. The movie has you drawn in, and you're just moment to moment. That's how I am when it comes to that Call of Duty third-person multiplayer, man. Warzone, been tearing it up. I had this one move yesterday. I jumped off a bridge. I might try to display it here for you guys real quick. But I jumped off this bridge, man. Well, no, it wasn't even a bridge. I was with a Randy. He was on top of a building. Jumped off the building. He was shooting one way. I saw a boat driving by. I jumped off the building, parachuted, was like flying towards this boat. My whole plan was to try to get on top of this boat so I can murder this guy. I ended up going under a bridge and like parachuting and everything. I ended up falling a little short, but I ended up being able to pull up that LMG up out of the water and obliterate the fool into oblivion. I know he was pretty upset about that. But I think I'm actually going to, I'm not going to do it. I'll probably do it later on because it was an interesting clip. I thought it was funny. But we are out here trying to make movies, man. With that being said, we're about to get started here at Pong. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the people before we get?
We can get down to business, brother. It's been miss you. We got a lot of D3 in last weekend. We ran through Diablo 3 last weekend, and you and I must have played together for like 15, 20 hours last weekend. So it was a blast, but I missed you. Didn't speak to you much this week at all, as we generally do because it's a busy life. So no, I'm ready to get down to business. I missed the people. Great to have everybody back for some Living Splitscreen to end the year and kick off 2023 the right way with that energy that you get from Steel and I. So we're going to get this done. So let's get down to business. Got some things to talk about. We're going to have a fun show. It's going to be a relaxed show. Not a lot of news going on, but we're going to get into some stuff. Steel and I, we could talk about the weather for 4 hours. So let's go.
I don't have any news written down yet, but we'll see how this ends up going for sure. Well, beautiful people, let's get into it. I got to get into our audio listeners, so let's get that intro bumping. Yes, sir. People, amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, how are y'all feeling today? It is episode 85 of Living Splitscreen, the non-console-centric platform that talks about everything going on within the gaming industry. I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. Steel Rain, the T is a 7 everywhere that you find a search bar. And look, got some wonderful things to get into, a year-end roundup. I got a brother from another with me, my excellent host that's also my brother from another, not only a brother from another, but also just my partner in crime. And I think we got some amazing things to get into, man. We got to top off the year. tell you guys what we've been into for the year, what our expectations, or not expectations at this point, more so what we have found to be some greatness within the year, although some may say it was a little bit lackluster, especially on the first party side of things. But plenty of games to be played, and I think our top 10 is definitely going to be quite different than some, although I am going to add a little bit of extra flair to it. So we'll see how that goes. But with that being said, it's beautiful to see you guys right back in here. Anybody that's joining us live, I want to thank you for sure. And audio listeners, guys got to come check us out on the YouTube at some point. We got live gameplay for you guys. You get to see us live. But if you can't, look, I understand. Continue to listen to us on the audio side of things. Sorry that we missed out on a week. I do want to get better about letting you guys know what's going on. But hey, life is life and things get a little wild every now and then. But missed a week due to Christmas. Oh, hopefully that's understanding for everybody. If not, hey, man, I mean, it is what it is. If you don't follow us no longer, that's unfortunate. But the beautiful people know what it was. But I think it's a beautiful thing that we are able to come here New Year's Eve and give you guys some content, man. I mean, again, we wanted to do a little year-end wrap-off, and I think that the timing couldn't have been any better, right? New Year's Eve, we're rolling into look, guys, New Year's Day is literally tomorrow, right? 2023, it's finally here. The avalanche that we're all been waiting for is finally on the horizon. We can see it. Will the avalanche fall? Will the snow finally just take out everything underneath it? We'll see. Maybe we'll have too much to play. That is our expectation with that. But I got to pass it off to my brother from another. The uncanny gentleman who is not Cyclops. My guy. Pong Steel, how you feeling, man?
Feeling fan-freaking-tastic. It is New Year's Eve. Happy New Year's Eve, everybody. As Steel said, I hope you all had an absolutely ridiculously awesome Christmas holiday. Whatever you celebrate, whatever you do, I hope it was amazing for each and every single one of you. And glad to be back here again. Great to see everybody in the chat showing up again. Steel and I got a lot going on all the damn time. We never know who's going to be here, who's not going to be here when it comes to the chat, because we're not always the best at self-marketing. We could be a lot better, and maybe something 2023 to look forward to as Steel and I try to ramp this up a little bit, because we're still going to be on Mission 1K.
Yes.
Christmas miracle did not happen, but that's okay. That's okay. We saw some great growth in 2022 for what we do here. And on that note, shout out to our Saturday morning brothers, the Gaming Circle podcast, K Asante, and his channel over there with him and Everborn Saga. They did 1K? Hit the 1K.
Oh, they did. Nice.
So, yes, they did yesterday with a push from everybody yesterday. They got him to the finish line yesterday.
Awesome.
Shout out to them. They do things a little bit differently over there, but we love those two, and nothing but respect for what they do over there. So
and
shout
also,
out to them.
guys, like, I don't want it to be slept on, because there's a lot of people who don't do this, right? Those guys, those gentlemen ended up being busy this weekend. Again, the holidays can get really crazy, but they made sure to give you guys content on that Saturday that was already good to go, pre-recorded. I think he sent that message out a couple days earlier, but he still made sure to keep content ready. So 1K is definitely worth it to those guys. Much love and appreciation to our Saturday morning brothers, because again, to me, and everybody looks at this differently. Yeah. To me, we're not fighting for the same people, right? Y'all can see it that way. Anybody else can see it that way. And that's how people choose to see it. I can't change that. I'm trying to fight for the 3 billion gamers that Phil always talks about, like I always mention here, and the 1,000 people that everybody tries to fight for within our community. I think is a huge miss. And it's just weird when people get jealous. I'm not saying that our Saturday morning brothers do. We never had no issues, bro. Like, we can literally, if anything, like, you could imagine the gaming circle and us, like, we're neighbors right next door to each other. We come outside. They got the Ferrari. We got in this case, we'd have to have the Ferrari because of Pong. And they got the Lambo. I can settle. It's okay. As long as I get an F40 outside, I'm good. F40, F50, I'm good.
Yeah, we good.
But yeah, it's kind of one of those scenarios, but we love the industry. We both love talking about everything that's going on. So that's what I want the bigger picture to, for people to understand.
No, that's why I give a shout out. That's why I show nothing but respect. I don't. Again, we're not in
you gotta let people know, because some people
we're
are
not in competition. Yeah, no.
There's still people out here that are like,
but that's the community. That's the
competition.
BS. That's the BS. You see Asante show up in our chat after their show all the time. Listen, that's how it rolls around here.
That's how it should be. That's how it should be.
So, and that's the energy that Steel and I want to bring into 2023. And again, I got a little something to say about this community coming into 2023, because I've seen some stuff, very interesting things out here that people I just don't think understand what that means when you bring a certain energy and what you magnetize and what you bring in. And Steel and I try to do it differently. That's why we talk about it. But yeah, anyways, great to be back. Living Splitscreen, great to see you, brother. For anybody who wasn't behind the scenes, Steel and I rocked out for like 15, 20 hours last weekend, playing some Diablo 3, running through it. We've still got we're like a quarter or halfway through Act 5 right now to finish it off. I never personally played Act 5. I never played
Act 5, so
Act 5. So this is new for us. From that point, I beat it twice, maybe 3 times with the kid back on PlayStation 4 when it came out. But so this is the first time I'm running through this whole Act 5. But Steel and I were having a blast, absolute blast. We're both necromancers, which is interesting because sometimes in Diablo, if you have the same type, you don't necessarily want 2 sorcerers running through Diablo or necros. But Steel and I built our necros completely different, and it's working. Like we were just dying laughing. We literally had one of the bosses. It was the second, maybe the third boss. 3 seconds, literally.
Easy.
Like, I'm not joking. It was like crazy.
And we're on the highest difficulty that is available to us.
And we possibly can. We can move. Torment 2 is where we're at now. Torment 2 is where we're at now. I know people are Torment 2, there's like 15 levels. Well, guys, 16, we got to start somewhere, okay? No, we just move up as it allows us to. We're just keep bumping it every time it allows us to. So, no, we had a great time doing that. Otherwise, this week, jump back into Witcher 3 again. And I've been playing a little bit each night when I get home. And I can't say, as I told you, Steel, I can't say that it's finally clicked for me. Again, I love everything about The Witcher 3. I always have. I've loved the story. Again, I'm a CD Projekt Red fan.
Yeah, talk to me.
Love the story. I love the character. I love all the characters. I love the missions. The missions are cool. Everything about this world is what I should love in a game. It's always been the combat, and the combat now is a lot better. Like I'm starting to feel it. And again, as I explained, with the quick cast ability that they now added, so that you don't have to pause to use your signs, has made a gigantic difference. And the more battles that I'm in, the better it feels. But I still haven't had that moment where it's clicked. But I will say I'm enjoying myself a lot more than I have my previous 2 times with The Witcher 3. So I think I'm starting to get to that point now. And Steel, I know your point is, and you can talk about it a little bit, that it shouldn't take that long for a game to for you to feel it.
Personally. Yeah. Everybody's different.
Excuse me, but I have had games that have taken this long for me in the past. If I love enough about a game, I will continue to play it, even if it's not like hitting me. Like I'm like, oh, okay, now I'm in. I'm like fully invested. Right. So I've done this with other games before because again, the world, the characters, the loot, all of that kind of aspect to The Witcher 3 is what I love, and I'm enjoying the hell out of that part of it. So I'm willing to give the game more time to say, hey, I want to continue with this. So that's what I've been trying to do this week with The Witcher 3. And I, like I said, it's starting to build. I'm not feeling that like moment like I have the previous 2 times. Like, no, I just don't want to continue with it. I don't want to get better. I don't want to do this. Like, I'm not having that feeling this time around. So I think I'm going to get over the hump on The Witcher 3 this time. I really do. It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
The patches, what they did with the game, you can
it's
tell.
definitely an improvement for sure.
You can see it for sure. So having a good time with that. What else did I play this week? There was what else did something else come out, or did I jump back into something? I don't know. Did a little Modern Warfare here and there. I'll jump into Shipment, play a couple rounds, get some experience, just have a good time, level up all my weapons. Still having a great time with that. I want to get back to some Modern Warfare 2 too, because I do miss that first person shooter action. God, I could have swore there was something else that I hopped into this week.
While you think about that real quick, Pong, Blue Moon brought up an interesting question that I did want to get to. Yeah. He says, do you think Diablo 4 has the potential to do what Elden Ring did with it being multi-plat? I'll go first on that. As far as being able to do something similar to what Elden Ring did, not in the same way. Now, Diablo 4 does have the potential to be just as critically kind of acclaimed, to really hit its niche, but at the same time, Diablo is still a recognizable brand, right? Everybody's all over Diablo Immortal right now. It's raking in millions of dollars currently on a weekly basis. So I do believe that there is still that fan base there. Now, is it going to have the Elden Ring effect? The difference between the Souls genre and the ARPG genre, or the top-down ARPG genre more so, is that the Souls games were way more niche, right? You had to be a certain type of gamer. The games were set up to be a certain type of way. And if you weren't willing to kind of bend to what the game wanted you to do, then the game could be extremely difficult, right? And Elden Ring seemed to fix those problems, right? Because it wasn't you beating your head against the wall. And Diablo has never been that way. Diablo has always been very, unless it was Diablo 2, because then it was the last time it was really hardcore, quote unquote. Diablo has always been more easier for people to jump into. One, because it is a recognizable IP, and two, it's been consistent. You know, but for better or for worse, it has been consistent in its gameplay looping. So do I think it's gonna have the same effect? Not necessarily, but I do think it's going to. I do think it's going to do better than it has previously. I don't think it's going to have an Elden Ring effect, though.
I'm going to disagree a little bit, Stu. I'm going to disagree a little bit, and I'm going to tell you why. Diablo 2.
That was an icon. That's an icon.
Diablo 2 was before a time where social media was big, before streamers were even a thought. Yep. Diablo 2 hit and became a phenomenon back then, right? We have grown exponentially as an industry since that point, right? Okay, Diablo 3 comes along. The Diablo community is hyped for Diablo 3. People start hearing about Diablo 3. We're in the internet age. More people are in chat rooms. More people are doing that kind of stuff. The internet is growing when Diablo 3 obviously hits. Social media is now a thing when Diablo 3 hits. Diablo community gets a hold of Diablo 3, and it isn't what everybody wanted.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So the hype for Diablo 3 came and went a lot quicker. Yeah. Right. Still, more new people jumped into Diablo 3. It was very new player friendly. But the aesthetic was not the classic Diablo aesthetic. Right. Okay. So that hype came and went. Still, a lot of people enjoyed it. Now, the reason why Steel and I went and played Diablo 3 for 15, 20 hours last week was because PTK had never played a Diablo before. He is new to the ARPG top-down looter type game, and he got into them this year, but never had played Diablo before. Right. So he wanted to hop into Diablo 3. So we kickstarted him. Now I just saw that he posted. 61. I think he's level 60, 61. Yeah, level 61. But Steel and I popped in there with the blue one to help PTK kind of get his feet wet with Diablo 3. And that's why we started playing again. Mm-hmm. Now, PTK is addicted to Diablo. Diablo 4 from all appearances, again, we won't know until it
And
actually
that's the
drops.
thing, right? It's
Yeah,
appearance.
Diablo 4, from all appearances,
That's what I'm
is
worried
a
about.
return to what Diablo 2 was, but obviously in 2023 with all the great quality of life features, with all of the aesthetic going back to darkness again, to a much more just bloody
It's true.
type atmosphere.
But we're also, because I want to add on this too. I don't mean to interrupt, because I want to add on to this because I think it's going to add some fuel to the fire that you're trying to bring in. There has also been other games, because the other thing about Diablo, it was the only game of its ilk that did it the way that it did it.
Understandable.
Now, Path of Exile has seemingly taken what people wanted out of Diablo 3, and what is throwing it in such a question for me more so is now that there has been another bar that has been set, right? Because people are going to now compare Diablo 4 to Path of Exile.
But only PC players. Path of Exile did not hit on console.
You don't think so?
No, it did not hit on console. No, I can guarantee you there's people out there who still don't know what Path of Exile is. A lot of them.
Oh, I know.
And who have don't even know it's on console. It's free to play.
Yeah,
still. It's free.
It is free
to play. And it hasn't had that moment where it crossed over where everybody between console and PC were playing. It hasn't had that moment. Like, I had to randomly find it.
So you're going more so the route that
Diablo,
because of the brand name,
correct?
It has the potential to steer that direct. Okay,
correct, and because of the fan base of Path of Exile is different from the fan base of Diablo. Now, there's a lot of crossover in there, but I'm saying hype level. I'm talking about talking about it. It's completely different. And what Blizzard's doing, setting the bar yet again visually, changing up the formula, giving us an open world, much like Elden Ring gave us an open world within the Souls experience, right? Doing that kind of stuff, opening up instances for 8 players to jump in. And I did confirm that, Steel, because we had that talk behind the scenes while we are playing Diablo 3.
Right.
8 players is only for certain instances within the world. Otherwise, it is a 4-player co-op game. So because it is the name Diablo, because it is Blizzard, because they are introducing like mounts into Diablo this time around, that kind of thing. Listen, when this hits, and if it comes out the way that we think it's going to come out, we'll know more once the beta opens up and we all get our hands on it. We'll be able to talk about this. But because of the factor because of the hype factor that's going to come naturally from the community, if Diablo 4 is everything we think it is, I think it could have that breakthrough moment where it becomes a phenomenon, Steel. And I think that all of a sudden, everybody, now again, there's a couple other things that could happen here because Starfield could be out. There could be some other things that are dragging people away. But Diablo 4 could have that breakthrough moment where so many people are talking about it, and it's so accessible to hop into Diablo 4 and get a group together, and everybody's going to be streaming it and, all that good stuff. I think because of that, I think it could have that moment where between consoles, PC, you have not 80% of your friends list playing, just like we saw with Elden Ring, Diablo 4 at any given time. So I do think the potential is there. You're right. Elden Ring was different. Elden Ring was special because the Souls had been so niche for so long. But I think Diablo's weight it carries with its name and its legacy could actually push it an action RPG, even though that's not something new, even though there is a ton of competition in that space. I think it could actually push it to that level. So that's my pushback. I think it could happen. But great question. Great question.
Yeah, that was a bomb-ass question. That's why I wanted to make sure to kind of, again, not interrupt the intro or whatnot.
No.
I thought
we always do this. Our intros we talk about games during our intros.
Now, question: do you remember what you were trying to remember before the Diablo conversation?
No, I don't. I jumped back into High on Life. I did jump into High on Life and played a little bit more High on Life. Love it. I like the game. I really think it's done extremely well. Love the humor and all that kind of stuff. It's not that type of game though that's going to make me want to finish it. And I'm not. And again, for me, as everybody already knows, as a grazer, that's no offense to the game. That's not stating anything about the game whatsoever. I just don't know if it's the game that I'm going to sit down and even if it is a shorter game, which it is, and put the hours in to finish it. It's not one of those types of games. It's a game I'm going to hop into every once in a while, fool around in, have a couple laughs, and then go back to whatever normal game I'm playing. Also, obviously I've been hopping into Midnight Suns as usual, not as much as I was, obviously. Because of The Witcher and trying to get back into that game. So, but Midnight Suns is still my favorite game of 2022, which we're going to talk about, and having a blast. I think Jago Kukin from Retro Renegades posted some stats because he's loving Midnight Suns, and he went into his friends list and did some comparisons. And only myself and Lord Cognito had more hours than him on his friends list. I know K Mega has been having a run with the 2-shot to K Mega. But yeah, I loving Midnight Suns. I think I've got almost 80 hours in now, or over 80 hours now. So, and I'm still not out of Act 1 because I refuse to go on with the main missions because I'm having such a great time. So, so that's been my week, Steel. And I know you, as we kind of hinted at, have been playing some Path of Exile. What else you been rocking out? You said you and your brother were rocking out on
Ghost Recon Breakpoint.
Yeah.
But this is, to be fair, this is probably about a week or two old now.
Oh, okay. That's all right. We're catching up.
It's not currently in the rotation. I was playing this before Christmas break started. And I might jump back into it some more. I think I just got to about level 170 something. So it's not like I'm at max or whatever. So it's just one of those things that I do have in the rotation. It's part of some things that I could jump into, but unlike you, I did end up beating High on Life. High on Life, I beat on the hardest difficulty, and I do want to say, High on Life, for a game that I wasn't expecting to be much of anything, definitely again topped off what I mean when I say games just being games. It did what it needed to do perfectly. And I know a lot of people were trying to downplay the shooting mechanics and combat and the traversal, and it has a lot of, you can tell that, and again, a lot of games do this, but you can tell that it's pulling from a lot of different places. In some areas, it feels like Doom. In some areas, it feels a little Call of Duty-ish. In some areas, it feels a little Halo-ish. It has a lot of different things that are going for it. But the game does everything that it's trying to do, I think, at least at an 8 out of 10 level, bare minimum, at all times. And for me, because I'm going to get into The Witcher also, and I think this is going to be the perfect segue into it. For me, it's a prime example of what I mean of like pacing for a game, just being immaculate, right? You going through a section, you have to you can choose to explore, but the game, how it's set up, if you're into the story, trying to find out what's going to happen next, you want to progress, right? You want to get to that next section. And I can be almost honest and also say, I kind of agree with Pong though, where it's like, this game is not the greatest game that's ever been made either. It's not doing anything necessarily so different that it needs to be treated as one of the greatest games, but it is doing something that, at least to me, warrants it. It at least deserves a playthrough, especially if you have Game Pass, right? And it's not going to be humor for everybody. And again, I'm one of those people who have come out and said, I'm not a fan of Rick and Morty like that. I think the humor is kind of corny in a lot of aspects, but I do like Family Guy, and I do like Simpsons, and I do like American Dad. So it's like, I understand and again, I also grew up with true comedy. So it's like, I can understand people just being funny, not taking themselves serious. And that's the game, right? Breaking that fourth dimensional wall. The game's having a conversation with you. It's kind of like what Deadpool does in his movies, or just as a character overall. Deadpool is interesting because he breaks that barrier and he acknowledges the audience. In this game, High on Life does the same thing. Or at least something similar. I think that's super dope. I do put High on Life on my top 10, but we'll get into that later. Other thing that I've been neck deep into, Call of Duty ended up putting third person back into Battle Royale. So that's been kind of my bane here as of recent. Again, as a multiplayer first gamer, I'm always gonna choose the route with the homies and go try to go catch a dub in Warzone. Just try to just catch bodies because that's what we do. Try to catch as many bodies and just have a good time. And that third person in Warzone is just nothing better. Like there's just no better feeling. But Call of Duty, for all the money that you're making, guys, like people, there's no worse feeling than you and a homie being in a Warzone match. You're in the top 10, top 5, and somebody lags out. Or the game get dev errors. It's like it doesn't give people motivation to continue playing. Makes it difficult for some people, right? When you get kicked and when that happens multiple games in a row, like the only reason you truly lost is because you lost your teammate to an unknown error from the game. That can be extremely frustrating, man, and it's one of my biggest banes with the game currently. But other than that, it's been running smoothly for the most part. Path of Exile has definitely been, I've thrown that a little bit into the rotation just because me and Pong were playing Diablo 2, and then like he said, we jumped into Diablo 3 to help out PTK, and then we just got on our own kick. So I've been kind of waiting on Pong to jump back into Diablo so we can kind of finish out that section. But Path of Exile is a game that I've always heard people talk about, and I wanted to give it a shot. And I've given it a shot twice before. This would be my third character, but this is gonna be the first time I actually was able to progress past level 2, right? There was just something about the game that was a huge turn off to me previously. And here recently, though, as of a couple days ago, I ended up putting almost like 6 hours into the game, right? So just having a good time with it, man. I don't know if it's because I've been on that Diablo kick where it was just like now it's locking in for me, or I started truly experiencing what the game was, was giving me. I don't know. But it is something I would recommend if you're a Diablo fan. Check it out, man. See if you're into it. Then Witcher. So I do want to talk about the Witcher 3 a little bit. For me, and I'll bring Chase Jones's comment in here. He says, you got to buy the good Witcher armor and get the right skill that heals you in the daytime, and Witcher 3 will be fun. Well, I have a problem with that. For me, personally, and this is just how I look at games. For me, most games, I do this with movies too. Most games more so, you only have that first couple hours to really draw me in, right? To tell me whether I need to spend time in this world or not, or whether I'm going to like it or not. Witcher 3 is one of those games that I've tried 3 times, or well, 2 times previously, and in this third time, I try to give it a full go. Now, this recent time with the update on Xbox, everything playing smooth. It's feeling good. The differences in the combat, being able to quick swap between your the abilities and everything, go. But there's something about the game, and again, if you're going to tell me that, oh, I need to play for 6 more hours and the game starts getting good, that doesn't entice me to keep playing the game. That tells me that the pacing in the game is terrible. And although I am interested in the characters, although I'm interested in the world, although I do get caught up in playing Gwent, I can play Gwent for hours. Although I do get caught up in those things, it's the in-between for the missions that does nothing for me. There's nothing, it's not interesting to me just because it's grassy and it looks good. Like it's just bland to me. And I don't know, maybe it's because of Elden Ring, or maybe it's because of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I don't know what game has, or maybe that's what the game that I'm comparing it to, because The Witcher 3 is not Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Honestly, to me, I think mechanically, Valhalla is a better game. Now, not story-wise or anything else like that. I don't know about any of that. I do like the story of Valhalla, but I do think mechanic-wise, combat-wise, for sure, if they had Assassin's Creed Valhalla combat in The Witcher, I think the fucking Witcher game would be on a different level. But it doesn't have, it's just something off about the combat to me, right? And I'm saying it as somebody who's a Souls player. I am the guy who is willing to take the time with every enemy and learn their mechanics. But there's something about the combat and the enemies in this game that I don't care about. And I don't think it should take me playing, because I already have 6 hours into the game, right? I have 6 hours into my most recent playthrough of The Witcher. This is the most that I've put into it thus far. I couldn't get past 2 before. I'm 6 hours in, and I don't get the hype about the game. At this point, Cyberpunk is a better game than The Witcher is.
But still, let me interject a little bit. The hype for Witcher 3 was about the story and the side missions, right? The characters. The hype was for Witcher 3 was never about the combat.
Well,
Most people always agreed that the combat was average to good, right? That was not the focal point of The Witcher 3.
I'm talking about the game overall.
Yeah. No, and I understand, but I'm just saying the hype, what made people say that The Witcher 3 was at the top of their list or within the top 5 of their RPGs, greatest RPGs of all time, was the story, was the characters, was all the side content. That's what it was all about. It was never, oh, this is the greatest playing combat of all time.
Right.
Like Souls.
And I get that.
And I think from what I'm hearing from you, Steel, I think it's because CD Projekt Red, even, I mean, I'll freely admit, even Cyberpunk's combat wasn't the greatest of all time. And that's what CD Projekt's Red's strength is, not combat systems,
but
right?
It fit, though. It fit in Cyberpunk. It made sense. It felt good in the moment.
Yeah. Right? And I think that's when people always say, the people that love Witcher 3 say that for the combat to feel better, you have to learn the oils. You have to get, you have to prep prior to battles, especially big battles. You have to prep. You have to make sure that your oils are straight. You got your potions right, all that good stuff. And then that's when they say it turns into a different type of game, combat wise, is once you get that stuff learned.
Which is
right?
great. But for a newer player, for people, you cannot, it is not fair to tell somebody, hey, after 8 hours, the game gets good. That's like telling me to watch One Piece and then telling me, hey, after 100 episodes, the show starts getting good. Okay, so I have to spend 30 hours of my life of TV to me personally. And again, 100%, it's a me problem. It's but that's what all I'm speaking to, right?
Right. That's all we ever do is speak for ourselves. And I understand where you're coming from, Steel. And if the story and the characters are not enough, if the world isn't hitting you enough, then yes, exactly. That's what I was saying. For me, that's always been the hits. That's always been the beats that have drawn me in. It was always a combat that drew me out, right? And now that the combat is better, I'm slowly being sucked in more because I want the story. Like I want all of that, right? So for you, I understand completely. If that stuff isn't hitting you, then I can see why you're saying.
It's like God of War, right? Too. It's another good example. It's like you can have a good story, you can have characters, you can have all these other great things, but are you a good, like start to finish, do you feel like a good game to me? To me personally, and again, everybody's outlook on what a good game is going to be completely different. Guardian Black says Witcher 3 is like Elden Ring. You get better as you play the game. Well, I mean, also Elden Ring, I was already invested within the first hour of the game, right? Like Elden Ring had me invested from the jump. I'm also a Souls player though. So maybe that has that is going to have a huge effect. I'm also an action adventure gamer guy though. Like that's what I do. Mm-hmm. Like playing Witcher 3 made me feel like I need to go play Devil May Cry 5 again. That's how that made me feel. I would rather go play Devil May Cry 5 and play Witcher 3. To me. And again, it's going to be different for different people, and I'm not taking anything away from people saying, it's a great game. But I do think it's a problem. And again, it's an older game, CD Projekt Red, whichever the case. I do think it's a problem for a game not to be necessarily together within its first couple of hours. But it's also a expansive game. It's trying to tell a lot of story, has a lot of character development, has a lot of side missions. There's a lot of content to do within it. And it wants you to be within that world. And I think my overall point is, and this is the main thing that I wanted to go back to, is make sure that you understand what you like as a gamer, who you are as a gamer, and the type of games that you need play, right? Because just because The Witcher 3, 97% of people say this is the greatest game that has ever been made, doesn't mean that you should force yourself to try to play it. And the reason I bring that up is because I can be also honest to say, because of the hype that The Witcher 3 has gotten, is a partial reason why I've tried it as many times as I have, right? I've tried it 3 times because people have said, "Oh, it's at this level." Right? I played Cyberpunk, guys. I played it when people said it was broke, and I loved the game, start to finish. I have 50 hours in the game. Pong has 300 hours. My wife has 300 hours in the game, and they loved it start to finish. My wife wants the second game right now, right? We want the second game right now, right? Because we want that continuation of the story. We want the DLC. But comparatively to the previous game, it's like, I guess you could tell you where they improved at as far as storytelling or just getting you into the world quicker, right? Because Cyberpunk, within the first hour, I was in. There was no questions. I was willing to deal with the cutscene bugging me outside of the building because of how invested I was into the game. It's different for different people, right?
Yep.
And that's the biggest thing that I wanted to bring here, is that sometimes it is easy to get wrapped up in that, hey, man, this game is great. Give it a try. Try to get through it. And, but there is a saying, like, you can only bang your head against the wall so many times. And if it's not something that's clicking for you, there is other content out here that will and can click for you. And again, it's like, do I play The Witcher 3 or do I play third-person Warzone? Do I play The Witcher 3 or do I play Need for Speed Unbound? Do I play Witcher 3 or do I play Devil May Cry 5? Do I play Witcher 3 or do I play... There's other games that I can throw in that rotation that I would rather have that spot, and I think that's more so my point than anything else, right? Nothing against Witcher. For those who enjoy it, I enjoy the characters. I like the world. I like what they're doing. But I do think that this is going to be one of those things where I have to get my enjoyment out of the show versus trying to get it out of the game. Because I'm just not willing to put that effort into.
Sure, get it.
Other than that, what else have I been into this week? I think that's been pretty much it. Trying to see if there was anything else that I need to add in. I don't think that there is. Oh, I jumped back into some Naraka Blade Point. That's Naraka's always going to be something that I'm gonna have to keep. I'm gonna have to keep it right next to me, man, because it's an excellent game. It's also gonna be one of my games of the year. It's gonna be in my top 10 for sure. It came out to PC beforehand, but it did come out to consoles this year. So, and I definitely want to sing its praises for that. But yeah, that's been pretty much a wild week, man. A little bit of everything, touching a little bit of here and there, and just getting a lot of multiplayer though. A lot of multiplayer.
I did remember what I was outside played this week, and I was between last week and this week, since we didn't have a show last week. Sword of the Vagrant, the one that I brought up, that little game, Steel, that I brought up weeks ago. That's like $10.
Oh wow, yeah.
From a little, I believe they're a Chinese studio. Hand drawn animations, much like Dragon's Crown. For anybody who has played Dragon's Crown. I did jump into that actually for probably a few hours, and that game is excellent. I have seen a couple people who do play indie titles starting to promote it a little bit on Twitter. Sword of the Vagrant, again, go check it out. It's $10. It is well worth your time. 2D, side-scrolling, hand-drawn animations, RPG. Yes. You get loot. The battle system. You get skills that obviously you get new attacks and all that kind of stuff. Very, very impressive little game from a little unknown studio out of nowhere. I gotta say, this game is worth your time if you're looking for that 2D side-scrolling RPG. Love this game. The animation is gorgeous. And like I said, as I've gotten up my skills and started getting into the magic a little bit, enemies are fun. The story is really cool so far. Really, really liking this game. So I did play some more Sword of the Vagrant. So go check that out if you're looking for something a little bit different, kind of like a side piece game. I know not everybody's a grazer, but everybody's got that side piece game that they kind of pick away at over time, especially if it's not like some big 100-hour epic, open world. Sword of the Vagrant could fit right in there for you guys. So go check that out. Again, $10, a lot worse ways you could spend $10. So I can tell you that much.
That's true.
So yeah.
People aren't willing to spend $10 on Game Pass either. But,
that's true. That's true. But you get to own this game for $10. So even if you're not into renting games, you can own this game for $10. So it is worth your time. I did play that as well. So we don't have any upcoming games this week, Steel. Just to let you know.
Really?
Nothing.
Wow. Nope. That's extremely interesting, man. Well,
nothing.
I guess that we can start our reminiscing early then, huh? Guys, I kind of want to hit off the top of the show with what kind of look back on our year, what we've been into, what we are interested in. I put more so of kind of a little bit of a list together. And we might also get into some games that we might be highly anticipating within the next 3 months. Right. I won't do a whole year. I'll do 3 months, next games, or just into March, January to March, to see what kind of games that we're going to end up getting, man, because I think that's something also part of the conversation. Again, year after year, it seems like people say, oh, man, we had nothing come out this year. And yeah, we had quite a few things that I want to speak on, so we'll definitely do that. And start our year-end roundup. So hopefully you guys are locked in and ready for that. And if there's anything that you guys enjoy playing, right, I'm probably going to do more so like a top 10. I might also have some honorable mentions in there. I actually have quite a few honorable mentions, so that's going to be one part of it. But if you guys got something that you either don't hear us say or you jumped into, like I don't have Xenoblade Chronicles 3 on my list, right? I didn't play it. But if you guys do, let me know. How did you feel about it? What is your game of the year for 2022? What did you spend the most time in 2022? And what do you expect within the next 90 days into 2023? Pong, man. Let's start with you, man. I mean, as far as unless you want a little bit of time to get some things together, I can go ahead and start with my list. I do want to shout out to Double Barrel Gaming stopping in here saying Happy New Year. Let's go. The 1K. Thanks, man. We're definitely 1K is the mission. Like, look, and I will still hold it up that, I don't know if the mission of 1K, if I'm going to put Callisto Protocol on there still, because there might be a game that's a little bit scarier. I heard people say that the game's not as scary as anticipated, although it doesn't make me want to play it anymore. But, hey, it is what it is. General Spartan says he pre-ordered Hogwarts Legacy on PS5 and Diablo 4 on XSS.
Oh, taking advantage of that extra little bonuses for the PS5 version of Hogwarts Legacy. Congratulations. It does work. You see why things, we have all these talks about exclusivity, we have all these talks about marketing rights, and how much do they actually add value to somebody? General Spartan, you can answer this if you want to. If Hogwarts Legacy, all things being equal, didn't have the extra content that the PlayStation 5 is getting, would you still order it on PS5 for the haptics feedback that they're going to add to it, or would you have gone with your Xbox instead? Interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be a good question. I think I would be a betting man and say if it didn't have those extra things, probably would have got it on Xbox. Also it's going to depend on what ecosystem you're more so invested in.
Correct.
So, that's the other part of that story. Nick said, Steel play RE4, we get the 1K. You know what, Nix? I'll do that. I will do that. RE4, if what I can remember, was actually a pretty fucking thrilling game. So I can definitely do that. Because that would be pretty fucking funny. Again, I think Resident Evil 2 is the original game that made me look at why I don't play scary games. I don't know if it was the dogs or the Nemesis. One of the two, man. Back in the day, that shit scarred me a bit. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I just don't fuck with that shit. I'm good. I'm so good. General says, without the amenities, I would have bought on Xbox Series.
Yep, exactly.
Again, exactly. There is definitely a reason why those things continue to happen. Again, you're selling hardware. You got to get people to invest in that hardware. Jasper says you could play Choo Choo Charles. Jasper, the thing is, I still want to have some liking to it. Choo Choo Charles doesn't look like a good time. Like, that's not like I can see how it can be anxiety inducing potentially. You would get more fun out of me playing Slender Man. That game fucks with me. I ain't gonna lie to y'all.
Yeah.
I played that game twice, and I never played that shit again. I am so fucking good. I think I got to one. I think the second time I played, I got like 4 of the notes or whatever. And yeah, bruh, talk about anxiety. I don't ever want to feel that again. I'm good. I'm just not with that. But let's get. I guess I'll start off with my top 10 unless you're ready, Pong. You want to hit it off for the people? I'll leave it up to you. You want to do a little bit more? I don't mind either way.
I can do it.
All right.
I can do it. My top lists are always weird because I am such a grazer. Right. It's like people go through the top 10. It's like, well, these are my favorite 10 games that I beat this year, and like I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever, buddy. Yeah, no, seriously, like it's like for me, it's like I got a billion games that I can go through, and like it's crazy looking back at 2022 Steel. And trying to remember everything. Right. That's the hard part about being a grazer. It's like, when did that game come out? Because I've touched so many damn games. Like I have no idea, like we were just going through what games we played. I totally forgot that I popped in Armored Core 4 and 5, right? Because I picked them up on 360. Right. So, I'm always all over the place. So this is always the hard part. So my lists are always different. But yeah, no, I got plenty of games. So I can go. If you want me to start this off, I can certainly go. This won't be in necessarily any type of order, folks. But looking back at 2022, it's been kind of crazy, man. The games that have come out, and I'm sure I'm going to forget probably 30 other ones that I probably could have in this list here.
I was going through my list when I was putting my list together, and I started off on one side of the spectrum, right? And then I had to pull up our trusty old Game Informer and also a couple other sites just to see what came out month to month this year. And yeah, man, we had quite a lot. There was a lot coming out every month. So I don't doubt I'm probably going to miss quite a few things along with you. Hopefully we can cover each other, but yeah, if you're ready, man, go and give it to the people.
Yeah, I'm ready. So 2022, let's go. And again, no particular order here, folks. I'm not going to put them in order. That's near impossible.
Except my number one.
I've already said my number one is Midnight Suns for this year as well. So again, Dying Light 2. Steel and I had a fantastic time in this game. We got to go back to it. I think we got 50 hours in probably somewhere in the neighborhood.
Easily, yeah.
Easy. Got to get back to this game. Dying Light 2 had its issues when it came out. The developer, obviously, we remember the whole, anybody who's been here, we talked about it. Dying Light 2 had the whole kind of hubbub about the developer coming out and saying the Series S couldn't do it. Right. The 1080 60. Right. Well, lo and behold, patches come along. It was like within 30 days, all of a sudden it's working, right? As they patched it, it got better and better. Mm-hmm. But overall, as a co-op experience, because Steel and I think almost primarily, I think that's all we did. I don't think either one of us went back and played single player. Dying Light 2 is fantastic. It is. They took everything they learned from Dying Light 1 and just cranked it up even more. And I will say the nighttime isn't as scary as Dying Light 1 was. Maybe that's because I played Dying Light 1 as a single player experience for the most part. I think me and my kiddo hopped into Dying Light 1 a couple times, but for the most part, I was doing it single player. It wasn't as intense, but it still had its freaking moments. And Steel and I, exploration wise, it was on another level from Dying Light 1. I think the best example of that, Steel was running
underwater
off.
City, right?
Yeah, Steel was running off. I think we had wound up in the water somehow.
Yes.
Steel got out of the water, was running away, going somewhere else. I dove down in the water and found this whole entire city underneath the water. And as I was exploring the city, I just kept finding chest after chest after all.
But Paul, like crazy. How it started, how that started was you found one chest under the water. You're like, all right, hey man, I got a chest back here. I was like, all right, well, that's cool. It's cool. You got the one chest. Yeah, that's fine. I'll keep going to our next objective. And then he was like, hey, I found another chest. I was like, you found another chest? I was like, all right, man, I'll start heading my way back.
High level gear too.
Remember? It was high level gear. Yeah, it was like gear that was like 5-6 levels higher than what we had, 10 levels or something like that. It was crazy.
It was crazy. Yep.
Something like that, and then you were like, bro, there's a whole fucking city down here. I was like, really? I was like, there's no fucking way. So
stuff everywhere.
Like an hour just I think we were trying to get off the
swim
game
around.
too at that point. I think.
Yeah, we were planning on ending the game. It was fun as hell, but that's just a good example of the exploration and Dying Light 2. Huge open world, lots to see, lots to do. Once you get the parachute ability and you can float, you can fly.
Good time.
Around in different areas. Great time. Traversal was awesome. So Dying Light 2 was on this list. Tiny Tina's. DLC did not live up to Borderlands expectations. I was disappointed in that, but the main game, Tiny Tina's, gave me everything that I wanted out of a Borderlands experience with Tiny Tina as a central character. Again, I'm a Tiny Tina fan. You may not be, much like High in Life. You may not like that humor. People may not like Tiny Tina and her humor. I love her. I think she's a freaking amazing. And this was the Borderlands experience I was looking for. We had a great time running through the main stuff. Man, we dropped in 40, 50 hours in that game, at least. Easy. Everything I expected out of that game came true, except for the DLC and the end game stuff. But other than that, great experience. I don't regret buying that game one bit. I had a great time with it. I got my money's worth out of it. And I think it's amazing. So Tiny Tina's is on that list. Elden Ring, of course. I would be remiss not to say Elden Ring here. For the simple fact is, even though I didn't come close to beating it, even though I don't have a lot of bosses defeated, as somebody who has tried Souls games, failed at Souls games and swore them off and said, I'm not playing Souls games. I'm just not going to take the time to get good. They don't interest me like that. Like Steel was talking about with The Witcher. Right. There's not enough there to draw me in, even though I love the aesthetic. I love everything about Souls games outside of the combat. For Elden Ring to come along and become the phenomenon it wasn't fake. It wasn't purely just because everybody was talking about it. Elden Ring brought something different to the table. From Software took their I won't say even very, because there's a lot of Souls players, but I will say niche genre, and opened it up to the mass market in a way I don't think people believed they could do before Elden Ring dropped. But it happened. And again, as I stated when I was playing Elden Ring, the exploration, which is a huge thing, you will hear me constantly talk about this in games. The exploration for me is one of the best parts about video games. That's why I graze. Even if a game is linear, I still count it as exploring because I'm exploring a brand new world. But Elden Ring is an open world experience, was right there with your Bethesda titles. And I'm not talking about the sandboxiness because, of course, Elden Ring doesn't have the sandbox stuff to it. But from an experience standpoint, of seeing a point on the map or a new area on the map and just traveling there and discovering a bunch of stuff along the way that you didn't know was going to be there. That is, like I said, up there with the Bethesda titles for me, which is saying a lot. If anybody knows me here, you know my admiration for what Bethesda and Todd Howard and his teams do over there. So again, that was huge. Elden Ring, of course, got me into Souls games as far as they could. And it's something that, again, if Elden Ring 2 comes out, I would definitely get it day one and drop in again and check it out, right? So that's saying a lot from where I was. So Elden Ring is definitely on there. Then I've got to shout this one out. I know it came out on PC and I think 2021, but it dropped on consoles this year. You guys heard me talking about it a lot each week, here, for a few months, and that's Shipbreaker. Shipbreaker, the little indie game, space game. Literally what it means is in the title. Shipbreaker, your job is to salvage ships. That's what you are doing. You're floating in space. There is a story to it, but just a chill. That was my game that I ended my nights on for a few months, where I would just kick back and break apart ships and get new tools and learn new abilities to start breaking ships. I still got it in my hard drive. I have not deleted it. I still go back to it from time to time. Shipbreaker is a fantastic kind of, it does get hard, but you can play it on story mode too. If you don't want to go through a whole, you got a time limit kind of deal. You don't have to do that. You can just, I shouldn't even say story mode. You can play it in open mode. So you don't have to worry about time. You can just do it at your pace and whatever the case may be. Loved Shipbreaker. So I got to give that a shout out for sure. Another one that was early on this year, Weird West. This dropped into Game Pass. It's still in Game Pass right now. This is from Obsidian devs, I should say. Obsidian devs, I believe I got that right. Maybe Arcane devs. I can't remember which one. Anyways, Weird West came into Game Pass. I played it when it first came out. Something else pulled me away. I can't remember what it was. I think it might be Sniper Elite 5, which we'll talk about in a second here. Something pulled me away. But I got back into Weird West 2 months ago, last month, 2 months ago. Love this game. They've updated it. They've patched it. They've done different things. Again, I'm a Wild Wild West guy. I love that atmosphere. This has got the twist on it with kind of the supernatural involved. It's top down, which I love. It's got some strategy to it. You got to watch what you're doing. Otherwise, you're going to get killed. But I love Weird West. I love the story, the characters, the atmosphere, everything about this game drips. I think it's a great game that more people should probably try out. It is, like I said, still in Game Pass, Weird West. I got to give them a shout out there. Cult of the Lamb. Now, I haven't gone back to it since they patched it, but I had already put in plenty enough time into Cult of the Lamb to say I love this game before I lost hours, right? And that's the no-no. I'm going to go back to this game. It's still downloaded, still in my hard drive. I'm going to go back to it because that's how much I like this game. This game was an indie phenomenon. Everybody, this should have been up for more Game of the Year awards, I think, after they patched it. And fixed it, and everybody said it's good to go now. You won't lose your progression. But Cult of the Lamb did something different, bringing in that cartoony, cutesy aspect with this very, very dark cult, ideas, sacrificing your followers, all that good stuff. Love the roguelike type experience when you were in the dungeons. They did a fantastic job. Controls are spot on. The artwork, the design work, great. So Cult of the Lamb is there as well. As Dusk Falls. Talked a lot about this one when it dropped too. This was an Xbox exclusive. Not first party, but they did fund it. As Dusk Falls. Again, not every narrative game is for me. Not narrative games aren't for everybody. It's niche. But this game here, the story, the writing, the acting, off the charts. I was interested in this game, but I didn't know I was going to fall in love with this game. And As Dusk Falls, again, you can go back and play through the chapters. You can choose, make new decisions because your decisions weigh heavily in how the game progresses. This is like a choose your own adventure book, but in video game form. So it really does matter. I decided not to do that because my story was so good the first time through. Like that was my story. That's how attached I got to it. Like the decisions I made. I had no interest in going back and seeing how the decisions would turn out differently because I loved every minute of my first playthrough. Like I didn't feel necessary to go back and do that. You can go back and get all the achievements, all that kind of stuff. Okay. For me, it was perfect one and done game. I created the story that I created. It was beautiful. It was emotional. It's something that I still remember. I still remember a lot of the decisions I had to make throughout that game. That's how much impact it had. So As Dusk Falls, highly recommend if you guys have not played that yet, go play it, see if it's for you and check it out. Love that game. So I had to get that one in there as well. And then of course, Sniper Elite 5, Elite 5, Steel, you and I ran through this, co-opted it. We had a blast, man. Again, Sniper Elite is, and again, this is no slight on gaming when I say this. Sniper Elite 5 is the ultimate fast food type video game. It is not going to change your perception of what Sniper Elite is. It's not going to ever be up for Game of the Year nominations or anything like that. But the game does everything well. The game, for what it is, for what you're getting out of it, killing Nazis, having a good time. They added that invasion element where people could jump in. Steel and I were having a great time with that, man.
Yeah.
That was awesome. Hunting down or being hunted. That was amazing. Sniper Elite 5 was the perfect Game Pass game to drop in, and Steel and I had an awesome time running through that game. So Sniper Elite 5 is definitely up there this year as well. And then I got a few more here. I'm going over 10, but just a couple
you're good.
or something like that. But Marvel Snap. Marvel Snap.
Oh, okay.
I haven't kept up with it. I haven't kept playing it, but I put a lot of hours into Marvel Snap. I put a lot of hours into Marvel Snap, more so than I ever do with mobile games.
Yeah.
So I got to give it a shout out. And again, as a non-Marvel fan, 2 games this year came out. This one in Midnight Suns, as non-Marvel caring fan, that actually drew me in. And Marvel Snap as a mobile card game, listen, addicting as hell. Loved what they did with that game. Did a great job with the mechanics. Easy to learn, difficult to master. It's one of those games, so you can jump in. But if you really want to get competitive, there's a lot to learn. It's deeper than you think it is. So love Marvel Snap. I had a lot of fun with that one. Modern Warfare 2, got to give a shout out.
Okay,
Again, Call of Duty's back. I've had such a good time. I know, Steel, that you've had some issues with Warzone and that kind of stuff. But just as an overall experience, playing both by myself with randos and with you guys in the Fun Speculation crew and everybody, this is the most fun I've had with Call of Duty in a long ass time. Campaign was great for what it is. Again, fast food stuff, love it. But the multiplayer is back. I personally love it. I know some people, again, you're never going to make everybody in the Call of Duty community happy in any way, shape, or form. I think for me, this is but this is the best Call of Duty that's come out in a long time.
Yeah, I agree.
Tons of content. Again, it even got me to play Warzone, which again, not a battle royale guy, but playing with you all changed my mind about it. And I actually have had good times in Warzone. I've had bad times in Warzone because when you're off, and you feel like you're holding the team back. It sucks. But overall, got to say, hats off to Infinity Ward, putting themselves back on top of the heap again of Call of Duty, setting the bar high. This is going to be an ongoing game. They're going to get things right. They're going to fix things. They're going to add more content, which is crazy because, again, as a multiplayer game, you can't ask for more than what you're getting out of this game. There's so much to find and play. So Modern Warfare 2's got to be up there. And of course, I'll end it with Midnight Suns. Not going to go on about it. I've talked about it plenty on all shows. Midnight Suns, Firaxis, the masters of tactics, strategy type games. They lost me when they introduced the cards, and I saw it, brought me back because I actually watched their dev diaries. Again, people say, well, who watches dev diaries? Who watches the dev deep dives? Who watches the dev play? Listen, it matters because watching that got me back hyped again for this game. And I'm so glad it did. And I'm so glad that I bought the Ultimate Edition because I have spent more time in this game than most games this year. I think this might be at this point my most played game this year already at 80 plus hours. This game is special. Firaxis knows what they're doing. The strategy, again, easy to get into for anybody. But if you want to get down and dirty with it and get those, you want to go up into the higher levels, there's a deep, deep strategy element here that you can spend a lot of time in building your deck, making sure your characters built outright for each battle. There's a lot to this game. So again, got to get hats off. My favorite game of 2022, Midnight Suns, came out of the blue in a way because I was like, I'm going to jump into it for Axis. Love XCOM. I know what I'm going to get. Once I was back on the train, even I wasn't that like, oh my God, this might wind up being my favorite game of the year, but I know it's going to be a good game. It wound up being my favorite game of the year. So shout out to them. So Midnight Suns. Go ahead, Steel. You take yours now, brother.
Wow. I mean, dude, you still had a really good list there. I mean, even some of those fall in line with some of the things that I got on mine.
Yeah,
but
of course.
I do think it's unique. We still have quite a separate list here. But, my top 10 is quite the same as yours. It's no particular order other than the one that's at number one. Number one for me, of course, is going to be Elden Ring. Elden Ring, again, real quick, because we've spoken on it several times this year. Elden Ring for me did something that was just different, right? For me, as somebody who's typically highly invested in those types of games and love that style of game, it made me approach a little bit differently. Again, although there was that, hey, I don't have to beat my head on the wall kind of thing there. It was more so the exploration, right? being 100% caught up in the world and just taking it at face value, right? Knowing that if you go in one direction, there's no telling what you could find over here. Or if you do go in that direction, you might get put to sleep. Which happened to me quite a few times. And there was a lot of frustrating moments there as you're learning to learn the game and learn the bosses and just trying to get in the swing of things. But Elden Ring was extremely special, man. FromSoft, it shows me at least that FromSoft is definitely learning. I know that's something that we talk about all the time, man, where we want to see growth. We want to see these dev teams do better, but we also want to see that they're learning from their previous games. This is definitely a culmination of everything. And that's also why the hype that I have for Armored Core 6 is definitely at a whole new level. Because I do think that within their studio now, I think they have a different mentality because of the strain that they were able to dive into, or to pull out, I should say, and really hit hard. So that's my number one, of course.
Have a great New Year. It's Timmy. Timmy. See you later, brother. Thanks for dropping in, man. Have a great New Year, man.
Appreciate you, bro.
Sorry, Steel. I didn't mean to break
your flow. You're good. No, that's appreciate it. Then I'm going to, from here on out, it's going to be no particular order, so see this how you see fit. Then I also have Pokemon Violet. Again, Pokemon is just different for me. Pokemon is finally doing the thing that I wanted them to do on Arceus, where they added the co-op. And that...
Oh, and gave you the great performance, too?
Oh, yeah, that tasty performance. The first time that I ended up playing co-op with my brother in this game, that's a memory that is going to probably live on forever. Just because that is something that we've always wanted, right? When I got him into Pokemon, right, when I handed him my Game Boy SP with Pokemon Ruby and said, hey man, you can have this now. I am no longer interested in Pokemon like that. And he just took the ground running and really fell in love with it. I told him at that point that I wouldn't, because he'd asked me a couple times, was like, hey, man, you want to play Pokemon, this, that, and other thing? But no, I'm not doing that unless they give us some form of co-op element that'll just play together, not just against each other, but also we can go explore together. And for all of the negatives that Pokemon Violet had and Scarlet had performance-wise, I would be remiss to say again, I can't sit here and clamor for games just to be games, and Pokemon does that flawlessly. No, is the world filled with stuff? No. Is it presented as well as Arceus was? No. I do think that Arceus is still overall the better open world Pokemon game, but because I was able to do the co-op aspect with my brother, I think that was really dope. And I would still be willing to jump back into that again. It's little things that can change a little bit of the perspective on certain games, and that is one of them. But I gotta give, and it was a good, and I like the story of the game overall.
You're not allowed to enjoy a game unless it's perfect, Steel. Come on, man.
Hey, man. Well,
no better.
Hey, it's a good thing I don't care. Then the next thing I'm gonna throw on that list. This is a game that I'll be honest to say I haven't played through yet, and there's several reasons for this. On one, I'm debating on getting it on PC because of the mods, and I knew this was going to end up happening, but I still ended up investing in the console side of things, I believe. But it's going to be Sonic Frontiers. Sonic Frontiers, again, is a step for the Sonic team in the right direction, that they understand where they need to take Sonic. And I think it's a good example of why 3D Sonic works. But I also think it's another example of an IP that's still not taken seriously enough. And I don't know when Sega is going to finally, because honestly, all this game needs is to be fully built in Unreal 5. If they did that, added a little bit more of the momentum side to it to give you that extra little umph, because you get it. I mean, you definitely end up getting it. But just to give you that extra little bit of umph in the beginning so you could really feel it.
Steel, I haven't played this. I haven't played this yet. Let me ask you this though, while we're on there.
Yeah.
What happens if they took what they did in Sonic Frontiers and they brought back Sonic Adventure and actually
that'd be perfect. That'd be the perfect fucking game.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I think they should do is, and again, I'm biased because I'm a Sonic Adventure fan, and I know not everybody was, but take that open world that they've now got down, and I'm taking everybody's word for it, especially yours, because again, I haven't played it yet, but take what they've learned. I've watched plenty of videos with the new battle systems, with the new skills, all that kind of stuff, right? And just combine it and give it that story of Sonic Adventure where you got those RPG elements and you got missions, you got all this kind of different stuff involved in it. Man, I think they got something there.
Yeah, and it's already set up perfectly. I like how they have the I forgot what the name of them are, podiums, pedestals, whatever they are, but they are what you go to these special. So, and I think that's unique. All the levels are classic. Like, you just got to beat it within a certain amount of time. So you do a certain level as many times as you can, you feel like. And of course, you want to get that S because that's what Sonic is. If you get all the S's on every stage, typically you get something special. I don't know if they ended up doing something similar in this one yet, again, because I haven't fully played it through. But I have to put it up there because as a Sonic fan, if you have any interest in Sonic at all, I do think that this is a step in the right direction. And I do agree with you, Pong, that if they did add those adventure elements, I did hear some people say that the ending of this game is kind of, it's like Mass Effect 3 as far as like divisive, right? Or people like, oh, what the fuck? I was like, that doesn't really make sense. But so now there's conversations apparently coming out that the creator of the game is considering changing the ending of the game, or adding in a future DLC. So basically, retconning their own.
Yeah,
because
so Mass Effect. Yeah.
So because I do think that this game got more attention than they maybe thought that it was going to end up getting, and they want to take it in a direction, right, that maybe they didn't see at the time, but now they do see. And especially with like Sonic Prime, I don't know if people, it's on Netflix, new show Sonic 2 that came out. That's actually done pretty well also, right? It reminds me of the Sonic shows back in the day, which is really dope. Sonic Boom is my shit. Fucking love that. And it reminds me of that, man. It's a lot. So I enjoyed that. The Ascent. I'm gonna have to throw that in there. Poon out.
It was a 2021 game.
Say, I don't care. I have to throw it in there.
Wait.
It had DLC this year.
We didn't say we could go back.
It had DLC this year.
Which you and I didn't play yet.
No, we didn't play the DLC yet.
Okay, all right.
But I got to throw the DLC in there.
I'll allow it.
It has to be good because the game was good. No, I did that one to be fun. Need for Speed Unbound. I'm definitely going to put in there also. To me, it is the best that Need for Speed has been to this point. Especially with all the customization. They did everything that they need to do with that. The only thing is, I don't understand why they made I understand, but I don't. In some aspects, I don't understand why they made the story and the multiplayer completely separate from each other. It just makes it seem like one or the other is irrelevant, depending on what your play style is, right? You play the story.
Because they wanted you to grind in both still.
Right.
The games as a service style game.
And it also makes it a little bit more fair. Whatever. Whatever. I still do think that when you do those types of things, you have to at least, especially in today's day and age, unfortunately, you have to give people something for completing the campaign. Like right now, I have no want to go back to the story because at the end of the day, I'm going to be playing this game for online. I want to play with my friends at some point. They'll do crossplay maybe at some point. They're going to add cops to online at some point. Like, that's why I want to play. And the fact that nothing carries over, it's just weird to me. But Need for Speed Unbound is definitely a good game. If you only play it for the single player, you're going to have a good time from start to finish. The cops are aggressive. The cops are mean. But it's a good time overall. Gotham Knights is going to be another one that I'm going to throw on there. Again, this is a game that was kind of highly downplayed because of the technical issues that it had, the performance issues. Another game that maybe if it had more time, it would have did better. It would have done more to work in its favor. But unfortunately, it didn't. I think to this day, it still only runs at 30 FPS on console, which I think is a missed opportunity. The game needs to be played at 60 FPS. It just feels like a completely different game. I played it on PC, so a lot of the problems that people had, I didn't have, though I will say the performance issues were still prevalent. There was a lot of random frame drops going through the city. There's just certain things that shouldn't be happening. Going through the experience, especially when I'm playing at 1080p, high, so everything ultra settings or whatever. There's just certain things that I shouldn't be running into, performance wise, that I was running into, although it never hurt me in the moments where it mattered, right? So, but overall, the story was great. I loved it from start to finish. I do need to get into the heroic assault, but I just haven't had a chance. Sentinel 17 says, get ready to head out here in half an hour. Want to catch Living Splitscreen before leaving the house. Well,
thanks, Sentinel.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate it. And it's Timmy. He's not leaving.
Oh,
so
okay.
He just got back from work. I thought everybody was saying goodbye to him. So because everybody was saying Happy New Year's and stuff, and I was leaving. Sorry, it's Timmy. Great to have you in here.
Doom says, if you need a third for the Ascent DLC, let me know. Hey, Doom, I'll have to keep that in mind, man, for sure. All these other games, though, man, it's like, when am I going to find time to get into the DLC? The next one I'm going to throw in there is definitely going to be, I got to agree with you, Pong, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. It did do something for me to help me understand the hype behind Borderlands. I mean, at least from a story perspective, right? Mm-hmm. Start to finish. I've told Pong this behind the scenes, too, is that I don't regret that game at all. It is unfortunate to me that the end game for that game is extremely lackluster. If it didn't give me a good example of Borderlands, but again, it's not Borderlands 2 or any of those other games that people highly praise and say that that's what they remember and recall.
That was peak.
Great.
That was peak.
As greatness for that IP, but start to finish, the game was A1 steak sauce. The story was great. The just the dialogue, everything about it. There's nothing I would take back from it, right? But it is another one of those games, just like Dying Light, to why one of the reasons I haven't gone back is because my story is on Pong save, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not going back to my game to go back through the game again.
Right.
That's a me problem. Honestly, it is what it is. I personally also think that that's just a missed opportunity for that studio, because I don't know why you sit at a table and say, hey, we're going to lock your progression to one person. Like, I understand why they do it from a technical standpoint. I get it, whatever. But there are too many examples of other games that do it in tandem where it just doesn't make sense. Right. But again, they have their own issues. 2 weeks later, they came out with after saying that the Series S couldn't do 60 frames. 2 weeks later, they came out with a patch where they did 60 frames. So again, nonetheless, the game still ended up being a really good game for the 50, 60 hours that we put into it thus far. No, we have not completely finished it yet at this point, but I know when we do, not only is the game going to be more updated, one, but two, there's also going to be additional DLC that's there that's going to have us in for at least another. Again, they said it's supposed to be a 500-hour experience. Who knows if that's true or not, but it's definitely a 100-hour at least experience. Somebody was asking me about that game the other day, Dying Light 2. They were like, hey, man, is it worth getting into? I told them straight up. I was like, look, man, if you want a game, if you like the first game, if you want a game that you're going to get at least 100 hours out of, start to finish and enjoy it, I would get it. Because it was on sale or something or whatever the case. I was like, for $30, yeah, the game's every little bit worth it. You need to buy it. You can play it at least. I think it is. The next one I'm going to throw in there. Now, this was a game, I can't remember if it came out in 2021, but it is a game that's only on PC and PlayStation currently. I believe it came out this year, though. It's going to be Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt. Blood Hunt is a game that I feel it's a Battle Royale vampire game.
I'm surprised this made your list, brother. Really?
Yeah. The game. I
mean, I know you were having a good time with it.
The game is really good. I fell off of it just because, again, there's other games to play. And it was at the time, it was still early. It was like within the first 30 days of the game coming out. It was taking a minute to get in the lobby sometimes, and they were having some server issues in the beginning. And when you're having that type of stuff go on, and there's other games around that I can play, and it's only natural that I end up putting it down. But this is a game that is unfortunately maybe not doing as well as it should because it's not on everything. Right. This game would be perfect for Game Pass. Right. The amount of people that would jump just because of the aesthetic.
Correct.
Not to mention the gunplay feels good. The abilities feel really good. It really puts you in there. Running up on the idea of running up on random pedestrians and sucking their blood to get a special ability for your character is really dope to me. Like, you just, and they do it, gruesome, like, and it just, like, it's crazy. Like, it's dope. I liked it. But it is a missed opportunity that it's not on everything. Again, you gotta bring it to the box that's known for matchmaking, right? That's known for online multiplayer. Because the unfortunate thing about PC players is that PC players are going to stick to what is working for them and what is already good to them. And it is hard to pull their attention or get them to invest their time into certain games. That's kind of the same thing Naraka's kind of going through right now. But Naraka is also, I think the biggest thing about Naraka, and I think it's actually doing pretty decent for what it is, but I think the biggest thing about Naraka, though, for an example, is that there's a skill gap. There is a skill gap there. And at some point, like, you can only play so much of that game, which is why I do think that they started where they put in other elements that aren't as PvP focused. But as far as PvP goes, at some point, you're going to run into some people consistently that give you problems. So, and if you're not willing to get better at the game, learn the mechanics, or just go in the dojo for a bit, it can give you. It's like any other fighting game, right? If you can't just button mash your way out of it, it is going to want you to learn the deeper mechanics of the game, how the movement and everything else. But Naraka's gonna be another one that I gotta put in this list, just because it didn't technically come out this year. It came out on PC previously, but it did come out to consoles this year. So I do feel like it deserves to be in the list, and anybody that's listening should play it. The other thing too, I saw somebody mention Godfall in the chat. Godfall came out previously, but it did come out to Xbox this year.
Yes, and we had a good time.
Had an excellent time running through that.
Yeah.
I think Pong had a good time. I mean, it was another game that we put 40 hours into. At least I think I definitely beat the main story.
Oh,
so
yeah. For what was it, $25 when it dropped on Xbox?
Yeah, something like that. It was real cheap.
25, $30, whatever it was.
Yeah,
it was well worth it. Worth it.
Yeah, because it was
as much hate as it got.
It was complete
great.
edition, everything that you could get. Again, and I liked Godfall from jump previously, and jumped into it again. Co-oping it just opened up that experience again, and I haven't been back to it since. I mean, an unfortunate Godfall thing. It's a me thing, man. PvP is always going to draw me away. Stank Mall says, "Damn, what game's on the screen? Joint looking eye." Stank Mall. This is Ghost Recon Breakpoint. It's a fucking Breakpoint is it's still a fucking beautiful game. Look, Ubisoft knows how to make a fucking good looking game. Yeah, they just can't fucking make their own style of games. That's it. Right. They got to take from everything else. They don't know how to do anything that they need to get back to Graw. That's all you need to do. Get back to Graw. You get back to Graw, bring back those key third-person multiplayer mechanics, because that's what Ghost Recon is missing right now. That's it. But anyway.
Ubisoft should actually buy the SOCOM IP off of Sony and redo it.
They should actually. They really should.
They would make a great SOCOM if they focused on it.
Tom Clancy's SOCOM.
Yes.
If they did that, I think we might get a decent game. I don't know.
Or just look at SOCOM Ubisoft and bring it out. And I don't care if you think it's going to be niche. I don't care. Do it. And then while you're at it with SOCOM, with a SOCOM like game, actually they've already got one. I mean, I should say Division is already that game. So all you got to do,
Heartland is still coming.
Yeah, but you got to get back to the basics, Ubisoft. You guys tried way too much like Steel.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see. And these are now I'm getting into the area where it's kind of like my special mentions, right? So Vampire Survivors, I got to throw in there. It's a game that I'm not going to go
Thank you. That should have been on my list. It should have been on my list, but yes, thank you.
But I wanted to make sure to throw that in there for both of us. I knew for sure, because it is a game that me and you both love. And again, another game that is a perfect example of a game just being a game, right? It is a game that is now available on everything, no matter what you want to play it on, mobile phone, Xbox. Is it on PlayStation?
Nope, it's not on PlayStation yet.
It's not on PlayStation. That's funny. That's interesting. It's not on PlayStation, so you can't play it there, but you can play it everywhere else. That seems like a common theme with the other side. So why not? But Vampire Survivors is a really good game. It's not something that I'm going to go back to. I got the hype out of it. I probably got easily 30, Probably easy 30, 40 hours into it. That's all I
Yep.
needed to get it out of that game. I know other people have achievement hunted it, and I don't do that with these games. I don't do that with games. I don't care about. I play games for what they are, and once I feel like I've reached my peak with it, I've reached my. Again, if you haven't tried it, definitely keep playing it. But Vampire Survivors, the main reason I put it down. That's the main reason I put it down, because it's easy to get into a 30-minute run, then another 30-minute run, and a 15-minute run, and then before you know it, it's 6 hours later, and damn, I've been playing Vampire Survivors. You mentioned Sniper Elite 5. I got to throw that in there. It was a good game. For me who doesn't like going back to I mean, I can't. I'm not a super history buff or whatever the case may be. I did have family that was part of World War II. It is what it is. On whichever side, but from somebody who doesn't like those old timey guns and everything, Sniper Elite was able to offer a variety to me that I liked, and it was a third person game, and it did everything. The over the topness, the Mortal Kombat ness of it is what I think I really enjoyed. It didn't make me want to consider jumping into the more modern ones that you guys had mentioned previously too. But if it's not going to be like Sniper Elite, I don't know if I want to get something that's not as right. As far as presentation.
Yep.
So, Call of Duty is Modern Warfare 2. I have to throw as a special mention. Honestly, it's probably going to be right under Elden Ring for me currently at this point, just because as a complete package, I can't be mad. Right. The other thing that I want to do too, I'm going to do this to be a little messy, just a little messy. Call of Duty, a game that doesn't have, now it has Warzone, it has multiplayer, and it has a story. Call of Duty is the only other game that has to do the same thing that Halo does.
Yep.
And Call of Duty, for the first time in a long time, to me personally, was able to do all those things right. The same way that I do think that Halo is also moving in the right direction now. I also thought that Halo, when it released, was a complete game. It had good multiplayer, it had good story, and there are things that were missing from it, if we want to be honest, for what has historically been there. But for me, somebody who takes games in a vacuum, in their own space, I take games for that game and for what it is, and I compare it to other games that are around currently. The only other game that you can compare Halo Infinite to is Call of Duty. That offers as much as it does, right? Fortnite, if you want to throw it in there, sure. That's a completely different style of game to me personally. But I got to throw Modern Warfare 2 in there because, just from top to bottom, man. Multiplayer is the first time that I'm completely prestiged out. I've never done that in Call of Duty.
Right.
Also they changed the leveling system, so there's that too. Yeah. So where it's not just prestiging anymore. But I never max out in Call of Duty. I also don't go for skins and shit like that. But typically, and it's also Warzone. Shout out to Warzone 2.0. I know it's getting a lot of hate right now, and people want a lot of changes to happen, but I love it. I love everything about it. I'm having an excellent time. They brought third person back after it being on a 2-week hiatus, which was extremely frustrating to me because, again, it was something that was an integral part to your original Modern Warfare 2. For you to not have a reason or anything for why you took it out. And me, again, you re-release it, and now instantly it's the same thing that I had before. It's like I'm searching for a match within a minute. I got 150 people to play with. So it's like, it's not playlists, it's not people not playing. So why did you take it out? So hopefully it was just they needed to adjust something. It feels like kind of the same way it did before. But again, there is some adjustments that need to be made. Again, you can't be playing a match of Warzone and your buddy gets kicked out you're the top 5 or you're trying to win a game. Them not having a combat record. Are you Battlefield all of a sudden? I like, what is going on here? What is up with these multiplayer games? Not like day one having a stat sheet.
Basics.
Like unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at that. It's just we've moved into a space where, yes, games should be fun, which is why it's important to have games like Vampire Survivors, for an example. Games should be fun, but certain types of games, people want to see the stats.
Yep.
People want to see what they're doing. People want to see whether they matter or not. People want to see where they can improve at. That is the entire point. For you to still not have a combat record to this day, it does make people feel like they're playing for nothing. And again, that's why we played games before. Was that for nothing? And then, leaderboards got introduced and everything else. And again, fortunately, unfortunately, it is what it is, but it is missing, and I do need to bring it in. You can tell that this was Modern Warfare 2 was Activision's last hope. And the fact that it is as put together as it is speaks leaps and bounds to me, although I cannot give them an excuse when you have everybody working on this damn game. The basics are missing. People are having connection issues, but you want people to continue to support it. And there is a huge downturn in Call of Duty again right now because people are going back, or people are saying, man, compared to Warzone 1, what are we getting? And it seems like we're getting less. We're getting less and getting more things taken away. That's what it seems like so far. We'll see how that plays out. Pokemon Legend Arceus also came out this year. Again, I want to put that on the list just because it did start that Pokemon hype for me, and I did mention it earlier. Bayonetta 3, although I was only able to put a few hours into it, I do want to recommend that game. Again, Bayonetta's in prime form. It's a different type of gameplay style. It's, again, since I don't have it on the Switch currently. No, I do have it on Switch. I just haven't gone back to it because I want to play it in 60 frames, not at 30. It's another one of those games to where when I try to play it on my PC, there has some weird things going on with it currently. So until that I can get that fixed, I'm not going to continue that playthrough. But it's another one of those games that it made me want to go back and play Devil May Cry 5, which I'm currently kind of playing through now. So there's that. And then Multiverses. Actually, Multiverses, and then I have to end on the Multiverses, the good game. Although I'm not going to continue to play it now just because that skill gap is there. I'm not going to put time into it just to that. But to end everything off with, I do think that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge has to be the last thing I mention here, just because, again, man, how does something that is a classic come into a brand new era and still feel so genuine? It was the perfect game. We played it from start to finish, had a fucking blast playing it. Nothing but a great time. Man, the only thing that it's missing is more DLC, right? More content to come into the game. But as we know, or some people may not know, apparently the sprites and all the animations that went into this game, they took a lot of time. The dev team behind this game, it's not like they got a huge studio. And I don't know how well the game did or if it did well enough. I know it was in Game Pass. So I don't know if it's going to end up getting a second iteration or whether the devs see that they want to make another game. I think they should. D. James says, what game is running? Army of Two? Army of Two is a fucking amazing game. They need to remake Army of Two. If there's a game they need to remake tomorrow, it's Army of Two. I played Army.
That's EA. That's EA.
I know it's EA, but somebody needs to remake it soon. But Army of Two, the first and second one, what's funny? My wife actually got me into Army of Two. She's the reason I played that. She's the reason I played that game. Yeah, I didn't know about the game previous to that. I think she played it before with her brothers or whatever, and then she played it, and then she introduced me to it, and we ran through both games. Those games are fucking great games. Those are some of the greatest third-person games I've ever played. I swear. But no, this isn't Army of Two, D. James. This is Ghost Recon Breakpoint. But what's funny is Breakpoint does give me that feel, right? It gets really intense in some moments, especially when you got a co-op buddy with you. You guys like fighting back to back, shoulder to shoulder, making sure enemies aren't fucking fucking y'all up. It's a great time. It's a great time. I love Breakpoint. But I love Army. But yeah, that's gonna be my list, man.
Cool.
That's how
good list.
I have to wrap it up, man. A lot of greatness here.
Yeah. Doom Reaper brought up Proteus. Shout out to Proteus as well. If you are into the old school Doom style games, absolutely go download and play Proteus right now. It's in game preview. It's in Game Pass. Proteus is a fantastic game. I did play a few hours in Proteus. Absolutely loved it. I thought it was great. And more people should probably try it out, especially, like I said, if you like that old school style, Doom style game, Wolfenstein type of game. It's perfect. They did a great job with the levels. Everything about it is spot on. Love that game. That was another great shout out as well. I gotta say, Steel. Gotta say here, going through this list, it's funny. I gotta point this out as well. I like to say that us Xbox people don't buy games. Well, I'm an Xbox only guy right now. No PC, no Switch, no PlayStation. And I got to say on my list, half my list was purchased. It's interesting. Yeah, man. And I'm a budget gamer. So I can't buy everything. But half my list was made up of purchased games. That's interesting.
for people to say that people don't buy games anymore.
Yeah.
Again, but this is why this has happened. Because of Game Pass, right? I've been able to touch more games than I would have ever done previously, especially with me having a multiplayer focus.
Yeah.
Than I've ever had before, and it's because of Game Pass. There is, look, guys, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 11. No, that's not. I'm going to say 11, 14 games just right there in that list that I named out that wasn't in Game Pass.
Right. Exactly. That's the whole thing. And like Sniper Elite 5 is like the perfect example of a Game Pass game that Steel would probably not have bought if it wasn't in Game Pass, but we got to enjoy the co-op together, right? But then other games like Dying Light 2, Tiny Tina's that we weren't in Game Pass, that we did pick up. And like Steel said, as a budget gamer for me, and I'm talking about me here, as a budget gamer, Game Pass allows me to experience more games each year. And that's what it's all about.
Hey, you can call that phony. You can call that whatever you want. You can call me broke. You can call me whatever the fuck you want, man. I don't care. I play games for me. I don't play games for you.
Yep. Right. Exactly.
It is exactly. What it is. I think 2022 was another, again, Pong's perfect saying fits this year. Right. It is the golden era of game. It is the golden age of gaming. And like I say, this is the age of accessibility. We've gotten more opportunity to play great games across the board, even though they weren't all first party. These games were first party quality, first party life.
A lot of them.
And that is another reason why, personally, I've never had a focus on what the game was or whether it came out of first party or not. We only have those conversations because, we're in the industry, right? We want to talk about the industry, and we got to talk about it at every level. So it only makes sense that you talk about what is the actual publisher putting out? Like, what is going on here? We have to do those things. But when you take things at face value, it is impossible for you to say, man, I had nothing to play. Man, 2022 is dead. This proves why gaming is going down the drain. If anything, it's done the exact reverse in 2023. Tomorrow, guys. 2023 is tomorrow. Happy New Year's Eve again. But 2023, about to be it.
Oh yeah. We could talk about that. And the other thing too is between our lists, Steel. Not everybody plays this way, and I understand that. Again, if you're the gamer that only plays AAA, certain third-person, over-the-shoulder, narrative-driven games, you're going to look at our list and say, nope, that's why I play on PlayStation. Well, that's great. That's fine. I'm not going to deny what you enjoy.
By the way, most of these games were on PlayStation also.
As well, yes, as well. But that's what I was going to say. Speaking to our list, Steel, and the golden age and the amount of content, talk about a diverse range of games that made our top games for 2022.
Yeah, man.
Like it's like ridiculous. It's all over the place. I got every style of game in here basically at this point. And that's the other great part about what we always talk about. You could talk about gaming's become all samey. Everybody makes the same kind. That's not true. That's not true. That means that you haven't expanded out and checked out games. Because I got a game like Shipbreaker on here, which is completely different from anything else you've ever played on there alongside of Modern Warfare 2, right? So the breadth of gaming right now is incredible. For the people that say, no, it's all become the same. Listen, I understand the complaints about some of the AAA stuff.
Yeah.
And, and we just talked about Ubisoft, and all that. I understand that. But that means you got to break out of your normal buying habits or normal trying habits and go experience some of these other games. Because I'm telling you, the gaming industry has never been more creative right now. The way that the industry has expanded to have this 2 billion, 3 billion market, but that technology out there, and we've talked about this plenty too, Steel, the accessibility, not just as us gamers, but for developers, for small developers to have access to tools like Unreal Engine, and to be able to make games that previously were only able to be made by publishers or by development houses that have a lot of resources. That's what's incredible right now. That's what we're seeing. And so now people can bring their visions to light. And I think that that's the thing that's missed a lot by people who say, oh no, gaming is going down. Gaming has gotten stale. I can't agree. I can. I got to say that that's a you thing. If you're seeing a bunch of staleness out there right now, you're not looking hard enough, because there is a lot of unique experiences. Cult of the Lamb is completely different from a game from anything else you'll play. It combines different genres together. Yeah, at its core, it's probably a roguelike, but it's a sim game as well, as you build up your town, as you get your core people together. But the style, you've never seen anything like the style to take this cartoonish. I mean, sure, other games have done it where you got this cute little cartoon characters, but it's very
Tunic
dark.
did it this year.
Sure.
I mean,
yeah, Tunic as well. Yeah, I mean, again, I just think that people need to look a little bit harder. And again, if the hobby is dying for you, then the hobby's dying for you. Again, movies for me have died. I mean, in a lot of ways, I don't think we're in the golden age of movies. Like I look around and I don't see a whole lot that interests me. Right?
That has become stale. Movies have become stale.
Right. But other people will say, no, there's a lot of great stuff out there. Yeah, there is a lot of great stuff out there if you dig far enough. So that's what I'm saying. If you're one of those people who feel this gaming industry is dying, dig a little deeper. Look a little bit harder, because there is a lot out here that you probably can say you've never experienced before, or is just different enough that it's going to get you back into gaming. Again, Vampire Survivors, you want to talk about distilling the gaming industry down to its core. Vampire Survivors is a perfect example.
Yeah.
One dude creating a game that looks like it should have been made on the Nintendo, the original NES back in the 80s, and yet he blended in a lot of mechanics that have been learned through these past years with roguelikes and made a game that is like crack.
Yep.
And it is addicting as hell to anybody who tries it. So if you dismiss that game just because visually you go, oh, why would I play that type of game in 2022? Then you're missing the essence of what gaming is about. I'm not saying that you have to like it. I'm not saying you don't have to try it and say, this game's not for me. I do that all the time. But the fact is that game is good despite what you think about it from its outward appearances. Obviously, people weren't playing it just because of hype. People were playing it because the game is damn good, and that's what it's about at the end of the day. So I just wanted to make those couple points as we're going through this list. I thought it was pretty cool, and our lists were different too, Steel.
No, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah,
and obviously because you got Switch, you got PC, you can expand out and try other things too. And so you came up with other games that I obviously didn't have on my list. So I really like that. Great job. I hope everybody realizes what a great year we had, despite the first party issues, especially on Xbox side. We had a great year of gaming. There was so much to play. And like Steele just said, and we've been talking about forever, 2023, my God, the first half of 2023 may supersede all of 2022 combined. Like it's crazy how stacked we are. So for 2023, Steele, where do you want to go, brother? You want to hop into 2023 the first few months? You want me to get my community rant out of the way? What do you want to do?
Well, let's get into the let's do the community rant, because I want some smoke. I want to get it. Let's bring some energy up in here.
Okay.
Okay. We'll go into that, because as far as the first few months of 2023, I am going to stand on my 3/23/23, and I just want Todd Howard to bring that to life. So that now, because once that happens, I'm going to be now called God Rain. Yeah. I will change my name to God Rain, because I have been saying that since day one. Hey, Pong is my witness. Since day one, since there was any doubt, I said no. Before anybody else, I said 3/23/23.
Yeah, you
And
did.
if it happens, especially
You
with Redfall seemingly
Moving.
being delayed, so
Yeah.
well, delayed, even though there was never
internally
delayed.
Yeah.
Now that it's maybe made, I think that leaves a lot more opportunity for that to happen. Again,
We'll talk about it.
because
Talk about
what else is there? I don't know, but yeah,
We'll talk
what's
about
what's going on with the community, man? What you get?
All right. First of all, let me give a shout out first of all to our great community here still, because we have not done that yet. Blue Moon FC, Shane G, Jacob Novick. What's going on, brother? Great to see you in here. Stank Ma, Lore Master, Jasper, actually guys in here. Joe Dunmore's in the house. Big Mad Mo. Great to see you, sir. Nix. Who else we got in here? We got Sour Blow 18 from the Xbox International crew. Shout out to Crazy Louie, the married one now. And, of course, Silent Cypher over there on Xbox International. Appreciate you dropping in here, brother. Why So Serious is in here. What Just Happened? Andrew Cullinane. Master Clowns X3. What's going on? It's Timmy. Even though I said goodbye to you, you're still here. Great to see you. It's Timmy. Who else we got in here? We got D James in the house. We got Sentinel 17. What's going on? Dan the Man Cunningham. What's going on, brother? He's hoping for an early Starfield release as well. Doom Reaper, of course. General Spartan 27. Wouldn't be a chat without both of you guys in here as well.
You guys being here.
Back from the dead. What's going on, brother? What's going on, brother? Calorie is in here. What's going on, Calorie? Great to see you.
What's poppin', man?
Well, of course, the brother from another fun speculation, aka Mav. What is going on, man? Great that you woke up and are hanging out with us. You might be driving around right now doing stuff. Tony Grasso is in the house. What's up, Tony? Tim the Sorcerer, of course, showing up. He's one of the early ones that drops in here all the time as well. Hey, XXX20.fun. It was great to have you for a moment before I got you out of here. And thanks for dropping in here with your porn bots.
Guardian Black.
Guardian Black. Great to see you, Guardian Black. Phasma dropped in here. What's going on, Phasma? Great to see you. Hanging out with us this morning as well. Who else?
Omar. What's going on?
Omar's in here?
Yes, sir.
No. What's going on, brother? Smitty Smith is in the house. We got Black Carday.
Black Carday, what's going on, man?
What's going on, Black Carday? Great to have you and your brother as well. Who else? Did I miss anybody else in here? I'm scrolling.
Sour Blow, what's popping, baby? How you feeling?
Sour Blow. Yep, I got Sour Blow.
Okay.
Apex. What's going on, Apex? Chase Jones. How you doing?
Chase, what's
Sith
poppin', man?
Lord is in the house.
Sith.
Great to see you. Perfect Shogun. What's going on? Stuffed Sean, always respect, man. Thank you for dropping in here as well. Fuzzy Belvedere, I'm going to see you and talk to you a little bit later tonight on the shop. Sick Slayer. Sick Slayer is in here. What's going on, Sick? Great to have you. Masshole 1977. We got Talos Ray. We got Toolman 55. My God, we got so many great people in here. Xbox International actually dropped in here, which I think is probably Louis.
Shout out to
so
Louis.
shout out to Louis.
Much love to you, man.
RWK88, what's going on? Casino, how you doing? Great to have you in here. Hey, shout out to the Midweek Mix-Up Collective brothers. Wandering Dutch was in here earlier saying, what's up? What's going on? Oh, of course, Muppet 1169 Muppet. What's going on, man? Who else? We got anybody else in here? Man, we got a lot of great people. Stanley Francois is in the house. What's going on, Stanley? If you're still hanging around, we got Rob Dandon. Rabadan 202. What's going on? You were in here early. We got Brandon Barnes in the house. What's going on? Good morning to you. Awful Grim Bones showed his face in our chat. What's going on, man? Bones? Great to see you as well. Sean Sue, mod of the year over at the Shop Podcast, dropped on in here. Sean Sue, what's going on? Let's see who else we got. Don't want to miss anybody because this is our final one of the year. Casket Repair. What's going on, Casket?
Popping.
Great to have you in here. I think I hit everybody. If I missed you, I do beg your forgiveness. Not intentional in any way, but I think I got everybody in here. Listen, again, all those names is a testament to the community that Steele and I have built each and every Saturday morning here. Yeah. It's all about you guys. That's 100%. Why we do this. And again, even though we didn't get to mission 1K like we were hoping this year, we almost at 700, which is incredible. Again, when Steele and I started this, we didn't start this like some people claim to make money or fame. That's not what this is about, man. We started this because we were two dudes passionate about this industry that wanted to sit down each week and have a talk. And we wanted to invite people in who also were that way. And you all are that. And again, if anything, Steel and I have become very consistent on Saturdays with who shows up in our chat. Yeah. And we're both proud of that. And we thank you and show nothing but love and respect to all of you that do come here each and every Saturday and have helped us grow this place to this point.
Fahim! You weren't forgotten.
Hey, you are not forgotten, Fahim. Look, you know better than that, brother. I love the counterpoints you bring, sir. You know that. So appreciate you, Fahim, man. If I missed your name earlier, man, I'm sorry about that. I was going through the entire list because we didn't do it earlier.
And that's another important point right there, man, because we're never going to intentionally forget anybody, man. We definitely and the other thing too, we'll always remember who started out with us, man. No matter how big we get, we'll always remember who started out with us. But the one thing though is we're not always going to see everything, right? Sometimes you got to say things twice in the chat. Sometimes you got to say it, you got to reach out and say, yo, hey, I popped in. What's going on? Sometimes you got to do that, man. We are human just like y'all. We're just people. We just like to present ourselves. And me and Pong both feel as though we bring a uniqueness and also a side of knowledge that not many other places have, right? Because
a perspective
also for sure. Yeah. But the other thing too, because I know Pong's about to get into his community rant here, but the other thing too is just for us, because you got to establish what your niche is, right? And our niche is us being non-console centric and just talking about the industry and everything. And we talk about all kinds of games. It doesn't matter where it's from.
And talking a lot.
Right? Talking a lot is definitely one of our niches. And I'm 100% telling you, like, guys, if I had took the time to really break down our videos, and people would recommend this. If I could pay somebody to break down our 4-hour videos into clips, man, we'd have content for days. It'd be easy. You got plenty of content to be had, and I know we do. And it's just about us buckling down, because I do see that also. Not everybody are willing to put in the work, and some people, like me, we don't always have all the time in the world because real life is always happening in the background, right? For an example, shout out to Hogue Law. Everybody send big prayers to him in that way, in his direction.
Absolutely,
and his wife.
Absolutely. He's having surgery today.
Yes.
For anybody who doesn't know, Hogue, which we reference Hogue. I've had the pleasure, honor to be on a show or two with him before. Good human being, which is something that Steel and I always promote as well. He's just a good dude overall, from what we know. Right. But we reference him all the time. To have an asset like Hogue, who does his channel, and his channel has exploded because he's in true crime as well. My wife knows Hogue from true crime, and he does video games because he loves video games. To have an asset like him to be able to break down a deal like the ABK, and he's done nearly 80 videos on ABK deal alone this year. To have an actual attorney in mergers and acquisitions in this community, it's a blessing that we have somebody like him here. And out of the blue yesterday, his wife posted, and they don't do the personal posts. Him and his wife. Right. Don't share personal stuff. I mean, again, they got that boundary, but she came out yesterday and made a tweet that Hogue is in the hospital, that he is having surgery today. She posted it yesterday that he was having surgery today during the show, actually, that it was an emerging situation. And she said, don't ever talk about religion here. Don't ever talk about personal stuff, but I don't care right now. Send your prayers. To me, that says it all. We don't know the details. But for her to ask that from this community, or to put that out there on Twitter to the true crime community and this community, says that it is not a good situation. So please, whatever you believe in, prayers, love, energy, don't care what you do. Just like we ask for Lupa and have done that in the past, please give that to Hogue right now, because obviously that man had something happen out of the blue. This was not something planned. This is something, an emergency situation. So please keep him in your thoughts and prayers. 100%. Thanks for bringing it up, Steel.
But no, I mean, that's the integral part of this, right? There is a bigger goal, and our bigger goal is to be able to talk to more people. Whether me and Pong end up getting compensated for that or not, it is irrelevant. Although it would be great so that we could, really buckle down and focus on all this. We're both adults and understand that life continues to happen in the background, right? Yeah, and you have to keep up what you got going on around you to be able to facilitate what your hobby is. And at the end of the day, gaming is a hobby. It is a choice. So you don't have to have it. But the fact that we do have it, we have the option. There's more options that are becoming available and more people are gaining access to it. Why not have, as I personally feel, people here at Living Splitscreen, Fun Speculation, crew, to Mr. Boomstick XL, shout out to the Lords of Gaming. Yeah. There's so many key figures that I would recommend you guys just constantly make sure that you big up, because once we start supporting each other more, truly supporting each other, the money it will not matter. Everybody will have it flowing in from every direction because we're truly supporting each other. And that's the way it should be. But neither here or there, Pong, we got to bring some energy into it, man. You said,
we do.
Some crazy community things have been happening, man. What have you been seeing that you got to bring to people? What should we call this? I think I need to make it like a transition called community court or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know what we're going to call it. No, Sour Blow, we have no updates on Lupa. The minute we ever hear anything, you will be hearing about it on all of our shows. But nothing. There has been we've all reached out in the background. Nothing. So as of this moment, we just continue to pray and keep her in our thoughts. And hope for the best. So yeah, community wise, listen, Steel and I have talked about this since basically day one. We've had these community segments pretty much on a regular basis. Not every week, but we definitely have had them on a regular basis. Not every show covers community stuff like this. Shout out to Luca. She covers community stuff all the time and what's going on, and certain places do. But I think it's important because it is a part of the experience. What we just got done talking about with Hogue and with Lupa, this is a community. And just like any community, this community is also fractured. We talk about the clown show. I've talked about that nonstop. There's clowns on both sides. We just had a big ordeal with Gaz a couple weeks ago, which Steel and I didn't talk about because we weren't on last weekend. But, Gaz just went through this because of his criticism. And for anybody who doesn't know, Game On Daily, Gaz and Asa, great dudes. Gaz, highly energetic, over the top kind of guy. Right. Naturally, that's his thing. That's who he is naturally. He comes from a place of high emotion, whether good or bad, right? And so he gets into some of the console warring, which again, Steel and I don't do a lot of here. I think some of it is in fun. Some of it is okay. Like there is points to jokes and just having a good time with people who unfortunately in this community that is big, that is full of people from across the entire globe, it's lost in translation a lot of times, and it becomes one big kind of goulash of everything, right? It becomes this big pot of everything, and people don't understand what jokes are and when crossing the line is. And unfortunately, when you got people that come from all different emotional states, all different places, that kind of gets lost. And we saw this with Gaz. Gaz has been very critical of Xbox lately. Gaz is an Xbox dude, first and foremost. He plays on everything, but he is an Xbox dude. You can go look at all of his videos on their channel. Bashing PlayStation, coming down on PlayStation nonstop, but he's had a run where he's been very critical of Xbox. We've been critical of Xbox here. Over a Fun Speculations channel on his shows, PM and the PM, Xbox Ultimate. We've been critical of Xbox in certain cases, and there's a certain group of hardcore Xbox fans that don't want to hear any criticism.
that think that there should be no criticism of Xbox whatsoever, or they state, oh, you guys are criticizing too much, not recognizing the facts how much praise we've heaped on Xbox over the past 2 years. Okay. So we saw this with Gaz, and I came out in support of Gaz. Mav and I had a segment on PM and MGM because we had Asa on a couple of weeks ago, and we got into it with Asa and talked about it. And that energy, what I will say, and you don't have to believe anything about what I'm about to say, okay? This gets into a kind of almost spiritual place in a lot of ways. But I'm a firm believer that what energy you put out, you are going to attract, right? And that's why I stay out of a lot of it. You won't see me get into it on Twitter with people because I have zero interest in sharing my energy with somebody that is coming from a negative place. And again, criticism is one thing. Pure negativity for the sake of being negative because you hate a plastic box or a company or whatever the case may be is something completely different. Gaz does delve into that realm from time to time in a very satire-ish manner. However, he mixes up with people. And so what I will say is I'm not shocked by the energy he received back. Yeah, no. At all. I wasn't shocked at all. But what I was going to get into here, Steel, is not just Gaz. I've seen some PlayStation dudes lately. And I'm not going to name names. I don't normally do that unless it's egregious. I'm not a big believer in that. And I've muted so much of it that I don't see it very often. But every once in a while, it gets through the filters, and I do see some of it. But I've seen some PlayStation clowns on the other side, Steel, part of the clown show over there, come out recently and start talking about how they're disappointed in the community, how that they have on their own side some people that they respect get personal with people over this console war nonsense, Steel, and get real personal. And they were disappointed in the community. And I had to sigh. I had to kind of chuckle because I'm like, this is exactly what Steel and I have been talking about. Again, this is something you guys can all sit back. And again, when I say you guys, I'm not talking to the chat right now because we don't really have anybody in here that delves into it too much. But if you are going to mix it up with that negative energy and you are going to keep those around you that also promote that negative energy, this is what you guys are going to get. You can sit back and say, hey, we should all be better because it's just jokes and we're just having a good time. But now you guys are going too far. Listen, you attracted that in. And guess what? You don't get to all of a sudden limit or say, whoa, I was just joking, but you guys have gone way too far now. No, you invite the kind of energy, those type of people into your circle. And that's the kind of community that you built yourself around. Yeah. And this persona online, whether it's you in real life or not. That's why I don't mess with you all online like that, is because if you are going to build it that way and you lose control of it, that's your fault. That's your fault. Yeah.
Another good example of that, and I want to say that while I'm thinking about it, because there was a conversation that was had in a space that I remember within the last like 3 weeks or so, where people were basically, there was a guy in there that were basically like, yo, they were trying to explain to the host or whatever that, hey, you guys got to understand that you guys have an influence on the community, and people will follow you, and people are going to listen to you, and people are going to, move in your example. And hosts are like, well, we sat here and said that, nobody should do these things, nobody should follow our example, nobody should. And to me, what it did is it unlocked the understanding that people are not even willing to understand the type of power that they hold themselves.
Correct.
Guys, I understand that me and Pong might have 30 years of customer service experience easily between us, right? Easily. So yes, we're going to have a different perspective as how we deal with people, right? I'll be honest, it is easier for me to see bullshit sometimes than other things because I can ignore it. I've seen it for so long. I grew up with the internet. That's why I mute people that just go over the top, right? It's just like, whatever, I'll mute you. But I still see a lot of the other stuff. You have to understand social responsibility. If you are building a platform, you're building a following. If you're building a following, whether you want to or not, whether you want them to follow you or not, they will. And they will move in your example. So it is up to you as the example to move better. If you came into it doing PlayStation smoke, being petty, saying that you're doing satire, being funny, doing all this types of stuff, maybe you got personal here and there. Maybe that's what you did. And now you have other people around you doing those same things that are part of your direct community.
Yep.
There's nobody else's fault than you.
Right.
Because
you created the monster.
You created the monster. You can't create Frankenstein and then back up and say, "Oh, that was after he kills 100 people."
I didn't know he was going to do that.
I didn't know he was going to do that.
Right.
No. In the future, when robots are created and they start coming into your house, you're going to sign something, a letter of consent that states if that robot kills you in your house that is supposed to be your maid, it is your problem.
Dystopian future.
If you create the beast, you can't complain about the problem. You have to figure out a way of how to tame the beast because it's your responsibility. Now, if you're doing the things, if you're speaking out, if you're trying to move in the right direction and other people aren't following, that's when you use your voice, you either mute, block, whatever you got to do to try to filter people out.
Right.
But like you were speaking to, Pong, it's like people don't understand that they do have a higher responsibility. And like once you've been in something for so long, once people have such an investment into you, again, you're expecting for people who spend, like for an example with us, we're expecting for people who spend 4 hours with us to not be paying attention to what we do. And that doesn't make sense.
Yep.
I have to expect that. Why else are you here? Why are you following me? Why do we follow each other? Do we play games together?
Right.
No? Oh, okay. You don't have to play games with everybody. That's fine too. Because that's the other thing. You have to find out who your people are. And there can't be hard feelings between people. I don't get why people have to get personal when it becomes to gaming. It is always something that it was one of those things that I saw early on with the fighting game scene, because there was a lot of that going on then too. People were getting their ass beat about a fighting game. Mm-hmm. If you lost, there were some people who couldn't handle a loss and were willing to fight somebody for it. Mm-hmm. And I see that same kind of thing transitioning into regular gaming now, where either people are trying to gatekeep what kind of gamer you are, trying to gatekeep what kind of games you play, how you play games, and then expect why there's this whole side that takes it to that next level. Because there will always be that. There's always going to be extremists, unfortunately.
Correct.
And I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that's just it's just one of those things where it's just like,
no, this is an open discussion.
People don't realize that.
Yeah, no, people don't realize it, Steel. And again, whatever you believe in, and I don't care if you don't believe in energy like that, it still happens, and you have to take notice of these situations. And again, you can't say you're disappointed and then turn around and your next posts on Twitter are console war nonsense and wonder why it keeps happening. Why it keeps happening. And again, just because to you and to maybe your close circle, it's all jokes and it's all fun. When you are in public forum, other people aren't going to understand that. And they take it to the next level because they think, oh, this is the way things are done here. Yeah. Steele and I talked about that since day one. I think you can go back to episode 1 or 2 of Living Splitscreen, and we had a conversation about this. And I said this exact same thing. You are in a public space. Not everybody understands the context of what you're doing or what you're saying or who you are saying it to. And when new people jump into this community, that's what they see. As Steele said, they look and say, oh, I can see these people have big podcasts. These people must be the leaders of this community.
They must be the ones, that are speaking the most truth. And then they walk into your podcast and all they hear is the nonsense. Well, then they think that that's the way that rolls around here. And then they pick that up and then they take it to another level because they're like, oh, I'm going to fit into this community. I'm going to take this to the next level. That's what you saw with the memes, right? The memes started and all of a sudden the memes have to be more and more and more extreme to get the same type of engagement that lesser memes used to get, right? That's the problem when you go down this road, is it always takes another level to get that engagement, and people get addicted to that engagement. Let's be real. That's how social media builds their platforms. Yeah. Facebook, Twitter, all of it. There are logarithms that are built in. This is all scientific, psychological studying. That's what they are doing. They understand. That's why the negative news is always pushed before the good news, because the negative news gets the most engagement. And people have done that and built entire channels and entire communities on that premise here within Twitter, within YouTube, all these spaces. But again, when you're putting out that energy, when it comes back to bite you in the ass, or when it gets out of your control and all of a sudden now your community is going out and attacking somebody personally, and you're like, that's not really what I wanted. Too bad. Now you got to make a choice. So if you guys are being serious, and again, I'm not going to name names because it doesn't matter. They don't know who you are. I don't give a shit. But what I'm saying is, if you are going to do that and you want honest change, now it's hit you in the face and now you're shocked you got punched and you really want change, then you have to start with the man in the mirror, as Michael Jackson said. You have to start with that person, and you better start changing, and you're going to lose a portion of your community. You're going to lose people, right? You got to accept that fact as a sacrifice that you have to. They don't want to change. They don't want to. They don't want to change. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So then what I'm saying is, it's hypocritical for you to be out here doing some type of sincere, quote unquote, sincere space or post saying you're disappointed in this community and people you respected, all of a sudden you can't respect anymore because they did something out of bounds. Then if you're going to turn around and go back to doing what you've been doing, nothing's going to change, right? Nothing's going to change. You weren't being sincere because you don't want to change yourself. You have to want to change yourself in order to make a difference within this community. But this is something that Steel and I said. If this community is ever to grow beyond its current limitations, and let me tell you, it is very small compared to some other industries out there that have communities. And this is the number one entertainment industry in the world. We got one of the smallest communities. Okay, I'm telling you right now, it is very weird. But if we're ever to build beyond this, those extremists on both sides have to be pushed away and have to be pushed to the side. So when new people jump in, that's not the first thing they experience, because those extremists, that energy winds up eating itself and it goes nowhere. It can't grow. What grows is the positive, neutral energy that Steel and I try to give you here, that the Fun Speculation channel tries to give, that Double Barrel Gaming Boomstick tries to give, that the Iron Lords try to give. Again, the Iron Lords joke, right? Yeah. King
jokes all the time. He's serious,
jokes,
I think, about his
but
opinion.
he's serious.
That's his opinion, though. That's the thing.
Right, his opinion, but he doesn't go outside the bounds, right? That's the difference. Never. He doesn't get personal, and he's not throwing out negative energy. He does it in a jovial type manner where he's giving you real information while cracking jokes that are going to make you laugh, right? These people on the other side, no. It's not jokes when you dive deep in against somebody and you get personal, or when you are legitimately hating raw hate. At least that's the way you're putting it out there. And we know some of them are fakes. We know some of them are actors and frauds and clowns. But when you're legitimately putting out hate, that's what you're going to get back. And again, you're never going to grow that way. You're going to get to a certain point, and then it's going to start eating upon itself. And that's why we always have talked about this here is, man, as a community, we got to be better, and we got to be able to talk as gamers, no matter where you game. Again, that's why I always say people try to dump on mobile gamers and say they're not real gamers, they're casuals.
Can't do that.
Can't do that. You're a gamer. I don't care if it's Candy Crush 5 hours a week. You're a gamer. You may not be like the enthusiast like we are. You may not be enthusiasts, but you're still a part of the gaming community. And if you want to jump in here and start a YouTube channel or a podcast about Candy Crush, God bless you. And I'll be all for it. I'll support you. Yeah, I don't care. You're a gamer, right? You're contributing. So that's what we got to get to. That's why we speak out on this stuff. So that was my little rant today. Thank you for adding in, Steel. I appreciate it.
I mean, I think there's some additional things to add in there before we get back into the gaming side of things. Because some people are bringing some interesting stuff up in chat too. Just a little bit of a, not necessarily fight back, but their opinions. So Shane G goes on to say, I don't like how all content creators went out their way to rally behind Gas, while just laughing off or dismissing all the people who just finally had enough of hearing a year straight of the same. And again, I definitely,
I got something to say. Go ahead. You gather your thought. Shane, I've addressed this before, Shane, right? When it comes to that, if you're not forced to listen to Gas, you're not forced to go to anybody's channel and to listen to anything you don't want to hear ever. That's not the situation. There's not like, it's not just like Game On Daily and that's all there is out here to listen to. You can go everywhere. You can go to find another 100 different places that might be speaking something that you want to listen on. Right. You don't have to listen to Gaz. You can mute Gaz on Twitter. You can do a million different things about, and then I'm not just Gaz, but anybody, and that includes me. Not every voice, not every podcast is going to be for everyone at all times. And if you fell in love with Game On Daily originally because Gaz was totally going off against PlayStation, hey, I understand that.
That's the point. And I think that's the important point.
Right.
You have to find out why was the reason you were following Gaz.
Right.
For me, I follow Game On Daily because I do support. They are a news conglomerate. They are trying to help build the gaming industry in their own way by giving non-console centric news typically, right? Yes. They cover everything and they make themselves known as that. I also like it because Gas he gives an opinion and sticks to his opinion. I tend to favor people who will stick to an opinion because we are very short on people who will not stick to an opinion, right? Because it is one thing to be given new information and change your opinion based on new information. That's a smart thing to do, right? It's another thing to completely just change your opinion for the sake of just changing it.
Right.
I forgot the term for it, but it's just like you're just trying to go against the grain just because. Now, do you feel like that's what he's doing? That he's just going against the grain just because? Or is he, or is this something that he's always done? He's just now doing it in a way where, I mean, again, Xbox first party, to me, that's where I do feel like he is. While I don't agree with everything.
No.
I don't agree
with everything he says. I don't agree with all of his points.
Nope. I don't agree with 75% of the things that he says. I don't think that the way that he talks about Halo, I do not fucking agree with. That shit makes no fucking sense to me. It is at the point to me where I would tell him to his face in real life, you don't play Halo then. But that's the era of gaming that I came from. I am a hardcore Halo player. I am a filthy, filthy hardcore gamer when it comes to multiplayer. I cannot help it. That is also me just playing the game. But that leads into a different conversation. That leads into now we're having a how good are we conversation. You know what I'm saying? So that's not talking about gaming though, right? And I can hold that personal gripe to the side because at the end of the day, that's not what it's about. He's just voicing his opinion. That's how he feels. Right. I don't have to agree with it. Right. Doesn't mean I have to lose. That's why religion and politics, well, it's hard to have those things come up in friendships, for an example, sometimes. Because a lot of people cannot talk about something and leave the feelings outside of the conversation.
Sure.
And to me, I like to see the BS because I like to see what everybody's talking about. Right.
Right. You go to places, Steel, that I won't go to.
Yeah.
You will go listen to people that I will not listen to. And I get some stuff from you that I never would hear because I won't go there, because I won't expose myself to it, because I don't want to hear it.
Right. That's
I don't want to hear it. And there's even some people that a lot of people I know in our chat that will listen to certain people that I won't listen to. I refuse to. When Gaz and Asa have on certain people, I won't tune into Game On Daily. And I told Asa that on PM in the PM. But I think that's the freedom, and that's what I was getting to, Steel, is exactly what you're saying. The Shane, the reason, and Shane, again, I'm speaking to you because Steel brought up your point. But Shane, I think the thing is that the reason why people rally behind Gaz is exactly what Steel was talking about. Gaz is being real. You don't have to agree with his opinion. You don't have to like his opinion. Yeah. But for Gaz, it's not an act. He's not doing that to gain more traction. He actually lost subs, okay, because of what the things he was saying. And that's what I was just speaking on. He is being who he is in that moment for real. That opinion that he is putting out there is something that he believes. And I think that's why you saw the rally, because all of us who have been on shows with Gaz, who have talked with Gaz on Xbox Live, whatever the case may be, we all know him, and we know that was not a shtick. That was not something he was not. He like Steele said, he was not going against the grain just to do it. Right? That's not the reason why. Right? That there are people out there who've done that. We've seen a lot of flip floppers in this community. If you go back into history, and I've gone back to the history of some of these people, some of the prominent community members that we have here that have been doing video game content for 5+ years. I've gone back to see who they were back in the day. Bro, let me tell you, there's a lot of actors in this community, okay? Yeah, there's a lot of fakes and frauds in this community, okay?
Interesting.
I would not put Gaz in that category. He's not turning on Xbox just to do it, to all of a sudden start portraying himself differently. He's legitimately fed up and frustrated with some parts of Xbox. And again, I don't necessarily agree with all of his points, but a lot of his criticism, Shane, I know you're always in our chats and appreciate the support, brother. You've heard the same criticism from some of our shows. And so there is some of that. And I think that again, if it's something that you just don't want to hear, turn it off, man. Yeah. Hey, walk away. That's okay.
Again, and sometimes people change. Sometimes how your outlook on them change. So, and maybe they aren't doing things that you like. And again, like you originally Mr. Kima, like you said, like trashing Xbox 24/7 with his opinions. Again, if you don't like him doing that, I feel you, man. Then maybe that's just not the channel for you anymore. And that's respectable. The same way that you have to respect Gaz's opinion is the same way that Gaz would have to respect you don't like him talking about it that way. Yeah. And it's like, I acknowledge both sides. You have to. That's the point of conversation. Why are we here if we're not going to acknowledge both sides?
Sure.
Then if we're not, then you're just talking into space. And you know what they say about space? You can't hear shit. So you're at the end of the day, you're talking to yourself in your own head, trying to force your personal opinion on other people. And I'll leave you guys with, and I'll leave. And I think, unless you want to add on additionally, Pong.
No. And I will say again, we're back on the Gaz thing, but you and I didn't really talk about it because we didn't have a show. But for Gaz, I think Gaz is in the wrong for stooping down to the level and getting personal with some of the people who have come at him.
If he got personal, I don't fuck with that, dog.
No. He obviously was getting hit first with the personal stuff, and he came back. So again, I understand that. Hey, if you're going to throw rocks, don't expect. Again, if you're going to throw rocks, don't be surprised when the rocks come throwing back, and you can't run away acting like a victim, right? No, that's one way to handle things. I don't agree with that part of it. I don't. If somebody gets personal with me, I'm going to just not talk to you, or I'm not going to get personal with you back for sure. In one of these types of situations. So I don't agree with that.
Right.
And that's something that I allow, but that's not Gaz. That's not who Gaz is. Gaz is that dude. Like if you're going to throw a rock, you're getting a rock back. That's how he rolls. So again, I just think that was when it crossed the line. on both sides. But again, I'm still not going to not defend. I'm still going to defend Gaz at the end of the day because I think he is being real. And again,
that's the only reason. I feel like it's a genuine opinion.
Right.
Genuine opinion.
It is genuine opinion. And there are some people out there who specifically create content that revolves around what their chat or community wants. And they will mold their content around that constantly. And if they do something that doesn't get a lot of engagement or that gets a lot of hate, they will never go back to that again. Gaz and Game On Daily aren't about that. That's not what they're doing. They are creating content that they want, that they think is interesting. And if they lose a portion of their people, so be it. If they go down a road that people don't, or have guests on that they don't want, that people don't necessarily like, and they don't have a biggest audience that week, that's okay to them. And I think that that's where Steel and I are at too. We're going to talk about what we want to talk about. We're going to say our opinions. If you guys don't like it at all, that I understand. I'm not going to hate on you. That's fine. Again, my voice isn't for everybody. I get it. And if you can't watch us that week, or you will walk away from the channel, that's okay. Steel and I are going to talk about what we want to talk about.
And
that's how
that's another good point too, and it kind of speaks on that social responsibility that I was talking about earlier, right? Where I was mentioning, two wrongs don't make a right. Where he says he came on Dirt's show and attack anyone that disagrees with him, and he did do that. I watched that show. He did do that, and again, yes, I mean people were attacking him personally. But again, if you have a platform, if you were supposed to be socially responsible, and again, we are human and people are going to make mistakes and everything. But if this is not new, you cannot say within the, and he did this in the same sentence that, oh, you get it. Oh, you understand, but you're getting emotionally riled up about it.
Correct. And that's where I say I disagree with him. I 100%.
That's not fucking okay.
No. But it's him, and that's again,
fine.
there are people like that. There are people like that.
If you have to now acknowledge though that people will see that of portion of you, and people will do things, excuse me, to purposely drive that emotion back out of you.
Correct.
So you cannot be surprised. That's why it's easier.
Right.
That's why I don't take none of this shit serious, because it's not. There's nothing that anybody in this community could do. Again, you can find my address all you want to. Pull up to my house if you want to. See if it's really, you think it's a game. It's not games to me. There's a certain point where it becomes not a game, right? When you make things personal, I don't care who does it first, if you did it after. My mom has a great saying. Regardless of the things we disagree about. She has a great saying. You cannot expect for other people to feel or think the way that you do. Nobody is raised the same.
Sure.
We may be raised similar, but nobody's raised to think the same. Right. Nobody's raised to feel the same. That's what makes us human, right? So it's just like, at the end of the day, again, like Fahim saying, it is just an opinion. Yeah. The quicker that we can understand that, the more diverse conversation that we will have. Shane said, I'm an Xbox guy. I have a PS5, but I hate Sony. I appreciate what Xbox gives me, but I welcome constructive criticism. But it's my right to determine what's constructive.
100%.
1,000%.
That's exactly what we're talking on.
That's exactly what we're speaking to. Pong is just saying that there is another side of it of people. We're not saying that you're doing it, Shane, or whatever else. We're not saying that your point is completely invalid. But we are saying that, like I was speaking on the social responsibility part, that there's both parts. There's no right in either side. It's not okay.
It's all subjective. That's what opinions are.
Because again, if it wasn't that serious to you, if you didn't feel a way about it, why are you emotionally driven by it?
Right.
That doesn't make sense. Right. That to me shows me something else, which makes me question your actual character. Because I can only base you off of what I see off your screen. Which is the benefit of, doing video and everything like that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Oh. And Shane, it works in reverse. You can't tell Gaz that what he's doing is too much criticism. Like for Gaz, he's being constructive. It's perfect. For Gaz, it's the right level of criticism because that's how he's feeling right now. So you can't turn around and tell him any different either. And that's why I say, I agree. If what he's saying ain't for you, then that's the end of the story, at least from my perspective. When I hear somebody talking about something on a show that isn't for me, They're gone. I flip to another show or I go do something else. Like, that's it. Like, I'm not going to subject myself and get emotionally wrapped up into the thought process of, oh my God, what is this guy saying? And I'm going to get in his chat and I'm going to say something. Nah, bro, I'm just going to turn him off. I'm just going to mute him. Just not going to go back. I've tried shows multiple times. Like, there's shows out there that I won't go back to because I've tried multiple times. I'm like, all right, let's give it another go. See how this week goes. I got some interesting people on. I want to hear what they have to say. And then it devolves into the same type of stuff that I don't want to hear and I just don't agree with. And I'm out. I'm just out. But I don't go to chat and be like, you guys are all fucking idiots. What the fuck is this? Why are you talking like this? Nah, bro. I'm not going to give them that energy. I'm just going to walk away because it's opinion.
Like Nick's is saying in chat, it's all high school stuff at the end of the day. It's video games. I can never take it that seriously. Maybe I'm too old. And Nick's, I don't think it's that. Again, me as somebody who grew up with the internet, I see what people do to try to get attention. And again, you also be crazy to think that people aren't going to do certain things to try to get more attention.
Oh yeah.
And if this is one of those examples, hey, it is what it is. But I'm not going to completely just lose respect for somebody just because I genuinely think that they are speaking from their heart. If that's what it is, then that's what it is. I don't agree with how you presented some of the information. I don't agree with
Tim, happy New Year to you, brother. You got stuff to do. Shout out to you, Tim. Thanks for dropping in, brother. Happy New Year, man.
Appreciate you, man.
Yep.
But it's going to be different for everybody, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you do outgrow people. Sometimes it's not. Maybe that isn't for you anymore. Maybe that content isn't there for you.
It's like music, Steel. It's like music. Yeah. I've got bands, I got singers, I got people that I listened to early on in their career that I absolutely loved their stuff, and then they changed, right? And they did something. They went to a new style, or I don't hate them for doing that, and I just don't listen to their new stuff. I listen to their old stuff, right? Things do change. Yeah, that's the way it is. And again, it's always at the end of the day, it's all opinion. No podcaster is claiming to be like this. Well, I guess I shouldn't say no podcaster, because there are some out there who try to position themselves this way. But for the most part, for most of us, especially in our family, our extended podcast family, we never present ourselves as actual representatives of this industry. No,
not yet.
We are not official representatives of this industry in any way, shape, or form. We are gamers who have opinions, who are passionate about things even beyond just the games themselves, but also the business side of things and all that. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm in the boardroom at Xbox or Sony and I know exactly what's happening ever. All I do is come from an opinion-based side of things from what I see. If you disagree, cool. Zero problem with you. Zero.
Nah, that's the perfect way to kind of wrap it up, man. He says too much emotion in these communities over brands. It's just video games, and that can be applied to anything too, bro. Like, it's just sports, it's just cars, it's just art, it's just, and people do it in everything. And I hate when people do that. Religion and politics, it's the worst in those two, because nobody can have a subjective opinion, because it turns into immediate attacks.
Correct.
Immediate. That's why nobody will ever come. That's why, like, the only reason that we're talking about it is because me and Pong have an opinion about what's going on with the community. And we want to try to grow up the community. We don't have a Discord, and we're not doing things behind the scenes to help grow everybody in a filtered community. No, because I don't want to filter you guys out either. I want to be able to we all go to one place. You see what we're doing. You like what we're doing. You come to tune in. That's why you're here. Oh, you see me streaming. You come in, you tune in because you like what you're seeing, right? That's why I don't present this information to you or kind of come at y'all bland as hell. It's also just not in my character, if you guys haven't learned by now. This doesn't take more energy from me. This is giving me energy. If anything, me and Pong say that all the time. After this, it's like, damn, okay, what I need to do?
Ready for the day. Ready for the day. Let's go.
So, and that's always going to be different for people. Different for different people. Find your reason. If you don't find a reason for any of what you believe in, then move on. Maybe they'll come around. Maybe they won't. It is what it is.
Yep, Nixon. This is you're absolutely correct, Nix. This is first world problems, brother.
Yeah, 1000%.
The fact that we can spend hours on a podcast not worrying about how we're going to feed our families, but we could sit here and talk about gaming. Yeah. This is a first world
1000%. Like, see, Nix. See, you get it. I like it. See, you get it, man. I'm just saying. Translation for Pong: the hostile takeover to IGN hasn't started yet. JK, LOL.
That is correct. That is correct, sir.
For anybody who doesn't know, the underlying thing that we're trying to do, me and Pong, we're trying to get under IGN, and then we're just going to take over the entire brand.
We're going to dismantle. We're going to dismantle IGN. That's what we're going to do. We're going to dismantle all the mainstream media that is out there. Yes, that's why YouTube's so successful. That's why they hate us.
Yeah, so that's exactly what it is. We're almost at like 1 million subs. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to tell you guys. No, stop. But
good conversation. Good conversation.
No, I think it was a beautiful conversation. Doom Reaper says Enzo here. Ferrari Enzo? That's a good car. I like that. Wow. I think it is going to be a perfect time for us to get back into some games. January is going to be an interesting month. I saw somebody say in the chat, I think it was Big Bad Mo actually, that mentioned, hey, he was trying to get steer the conversation a little bit, saying, hey, talk about some games here, because somebody else was mentioned, not many places really talk about games.
Oh, we cover games all the time. Yeah, we do talk about games.
That's why people also saying that's why they love coming here, because we cover everything.
Yep. No, Cullinane, I do not like Nickelback. I've never liked Nickelback. Thank you.
See, I like Nickelback.
No.
Nickelback's all right.
No. You're wrong, Steel.
I mean, I'd rather listen to Nickelback than country music. I'm just saying.
You're fucking stupid.
I can't stand fucking country music. Nickelback, I can get behind that. Don't make me. I'll play some Nickelback live right now. We'll get it at the show.
You're bald and stupid, Steel.
Hey,
stop it.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. No. Luckily, I'm not bald because of genetics. I'm bald because I'm stupid. You're right.
Yeah. I know you're stupid.
Mistake.
I know
it is what it is. And you guys can find out that story someday on Patreon if you guys haven't been listening. We'll do that someday. But back to the January games that are supposed to be releasing. We have a lot of interesting titles that's supposed to be coming out this month. One thing I do want to get out here. Forspoken isn't coming January. They pushed that back, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it March?
Forspoken is March. Yes, I believe it's March.
They Game Informer does still have Forspoken listed as January, so I just wanted to solidify that so we can skip that out. I thought they pushed the game back, and Game Informer might have not updated yet because it's 2023.
I'll double check real quick here.
Yeah, if you want to run through it, but there is definitely a lot of good games that are supposed to be coming out. So I am going to go through a little bit of a list here, because I do want to show some upcoming games here. Because I know we didn't have like an upcoming game segment earlier, because there wasn't really nothing coming out within the next week as we usually do.
No.
But there is games that are coming. So I do want to show that. We'll make sure I move my coffee. So knock that over. Let's see here. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller. But I'm just going to bring up a little bit of a list here. Hopefully you guys can see that. Let me see if I can tailor it a little bit.
It is January, Steel.
It is January. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it got pushed back, or maybe it was supposed to come out towards the end of this year and it got pushed back.
It was supposed to come out this year, but I thought they had pushed it till end of February, March. But no, it is January, January 24th. So
okay, so if it comes out January, then perfect. That's fine. We can put that in the conversation. So we got a few games here, right?
I'll be right back, Steel.
You're good. So just to hit off the top of the year, you got Lone Ruin here. Let's see if we can get that picture to come up. Pull this down a little bit further for you guys. Let's see. Pop that up here. Lone Ruin seems to be an action game. So there's one thing to start off here. I'm kind of going to go through them just to kind of get your guys' opinion on what you think is going to be a hitter going into January. But also, just because so we can all see what's kind of coming through. That back out, so everything's there we go. So we got Lone Ruin, who's coming to Switch and PC, which is interesting. Nothing, not on Xbox, but that's fine. We got Vengeful Guardian Moonrider. And these are coming out more so towards the middle of January, so keep that in mind. If there's anything that's coming out towards the beginning of January, please let me know. Vengeful Guardian Moonrider looks like another action game. That's Okay. Then we got Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Now, I think this is going to end up being because they're dropping some more content for this game. And I also know that they are also, I believe, upscaling the game for the Xbox Series consoles and PlayStation 5. So you're going to get a better looking title. This may be the time that I end up jumping into this. I've been kind of debating on jumping into Dragon Ball Z Kakarot just because I've been playing Dragon Ball games for a long time. Going through that story it's just like redundant in a lot of ways. So that's really weird. But I heard the game is pretty good. I don't know. I do want to check out the update. Depends on what kind of deals I can get on that. And like people are saying down here, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot review, and this is done by Game Informer themselves. Flawed, but still enthralling. It's like, what does that even mean? Got to find out for yourself. So if you want to check out Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, you're going to have a brand new update to check out on January 13th. I think it'll be dope. Big Mad Mo says he's looking forward to One Piece. Well. Is that the One Piece game that is this one right here? One Piece Odyssey? I think this is the one that you're actually going to be able to run around and fight in. This might be the One Piece IP, One Piece piece of content that I am able actually to get into because I'm not watching that show. So hopefully One Piece Odyssey can bring it together for me because I'm not watching that goddamn show. Good. But it does look, it does look really good though. I am extremely impressed by the way that, who is this being made by right here? Bandai. So I am extremely impressed by what Bandai has been able to do, especially with bringing more anime type titles to life, right? You're more so crossing that bound between it being the anime and then the game, and that perfect blend is seemingly working better and better as we move into the future. So One Piece Odyssey, don't know, is this game coming to Game Pass? I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so.
It was not. No,
Okay.
it's not.
But I do think that may be one that I jump into. It depends. I don't know.
You know what's reminding me a lot of is Dragon Quest. And if they do that,
I think this is more action oriented though, isn't it?
No, it's turn-based.
Oh, it is turn-based. So no, I'm not gonna.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's turn-based. I
thought there was another one. I thought there was another One Piece game that came out already that was turn-based. This was supposed to be the action one. Again, I could be wrong in that.
No, this is the RPG Dragon Quest like game, and I think it's more traditional RPG stuff.
Okay.
So,
a space for the Unbound on January 19th. The developer is Mojukin. It is also another adventure game. They're starting off the year strong with a lot of adventure games. That's really interesting to see. This game's also going to be everywhere. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of play this has made. Space for the Unbound. No other information on it, really. Let's see here. Persona 4 Golden is coming. I believe that's coming to Game Pass too, isn't it?
yes, sir. Along with Persona 3 Portable.
Persona 4 Golden coming in. I know a lot of people are excited for that. It is coming to Xbox Series.
I've already got it pre-downloaded, brother.
You go. Exactly. So if
I still got to get it to 5. I still got to do 5. I got to go back to 5 too. I got a lot of Persona to play. It's gonna be ridiculous.
And then Shin Megami Tensei Persona 3 Portable. I think that's what you were talking about.
Yeah.
That's coming into. So damn, we got. So
you can pre-download both of those right now through Game Pass. Have them ready to rock and roll, everybody. So yeah, you got 3, 4, and 5. Going to be all set to rock and roll. And again, for Golden, the first time it's been on consoles. It was always on the handhelds, and then it went to PC, but never came to console. So this is the first time a lot of people are going to be able to experience Golden, which a lot of Persona fans still, even with Persona 5 Royale, still believe Golden is the top Persona game out there. I haven't played enough 5 yet to judge if I like it better. It's all about the characters when it comes to Persona. Persona 4 Golden's characters are freaking simply amazing. The acting, the writing, just incredible. So, yep.
1,000%. So that's going to be interesting to see those drop in there. Then you have Fire Emblem Engage, which is coming to the Switch in January. I never got into those. So, hey, if you guys get excited for that,
Fire Emblems are so freaking good, bro. I miss it. That's one of the Nintendo franchises I wish I had.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah. I hear good things about Fire Emblem. Don't they have a Musu type game too?
Yes, they do.
I keep talking about these Musus. I feel like I really need to play one or something.
Bro. We can hop into some Mooses.
I need to find one. We need to do it because fuck.
Warriors 5, baby. We got it. It's out there. It's been on sale. So
true.
We have to talk about it.
Monster Hunter Rise. This is probably my most excited game for the month of January, personally. Just because this is probably going to end up being a game that wife ended up jumping into. She was in the world pretty heavily. She enjoyed that a lot. I know Rise is a little bit more simpler as far as, of course, it's still Monster Hunter. It has all the core mechanics and everything, but it is simpler as far as giving you straight to the fight and everything. But it's coming to the Game Pass free of charge. Yep. So I mean,
and upgraded 4K. Yeah. It's going to have a 120 mode Steel. Oh, yes. Brother. Yes.
The game is going to be playing beautifully. Again, for anybody who was questioning this, because this was one of my questions, whether it was going to be crossplay. It's not. Monster Hunter Rise does not have any crossplay. So whatever console that you get it on is the console that you got to play it on. This is also outside of Monster Hunter World. This is actually like what I would think they consider a mainline Monster Hunter game coming to consoles for the first time. Monster Hunter Rise, I do think they consider as a mainline Monster Hunter game versus Monster Hunter World. I've seen that kind of going around too in conversation. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong in that, but for Believe, what I'm seeing, a lot of people are saying, hey, World was more westernized, it was tailored for that. Yeah. Rise is more traditional and what you typically would get in that experience. So, and it's really dope because I wasn't expecting for this to come to console. I thought it was going to be stuck on Switch. I know it came to PC. I thought it was just going to be stuck on Switch and PC. But the fact that it is coming, I do think that this could be a good example of, depending on the type of engagement that it gets, right? But this could be a good example to Wild Hearts, which is another game that's going to be similar type of monster hunting style game, but also doing something different. But I think it's going to be a good test bed to see if future Monster Hunter titles.
What date is that, Steel?
Monster Hunter Rise, that's January 20th.
20th. Okay. All right. Because we're gonna be hopping. We're gonna have to hop into that.
Yeah. No, I'm kind of excited about that. I loved World. I just kind of fell off, and then by the time my wife got into it, I was already kind of off of it. So it was.
And I didn't have anybody to play with on World, so then I was like, I'm out of my element.
It's completely different in co-op, bro. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
it's completely different. I love the game. Then you got Kart Drifter coming in January. That's coming to PC, iOS, and Android. You got SpongeBob the Cosmic Shake.
I know a lot of people are going to buy SpongeBob, man. SpongeBob's still got to draw.
THQ Nordic, and it's an action game.
Yep.
This reminds me of those like cartoon games that used to come out back when I was young, man. They have the potential to be really good. And the SpongeBob IP, they have a lot to play with there, and it can be done pretty well. And THQ Nordic is handling it. Well, it's publishing it. And then the developers, Purple Lamp, whoever they are.
Awesome. Yeah, Big Mad Mo, Certain Affinity is supposedly, rumor has it, working on a Monster Hunter type game for Xbox exclusively. Yes, that is correct, sir.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying, Namo, more that Monster Hunter Rise is more in line with the traditional Monster Hunter games, where Monster Hunter World was made more for the Western audience, or like you said, the broader audience. So, and that's why I was saying, I think that this Monster Hunter coming into Game Pass is important because it is a way to gauge engagement, and possibly we can get future titles to come in day and date, maybe. It'll be really dope to see. Because there is a huge, again, for Xbox to be considered the multiplayer box, there are some games that it just makes sense that where Xbox gives you, hey, looking for group, an easy party system, messaging, like everything is so easy and seamless for people that it's just a perfect opportunity. And Guardian Black, see right there, me and my friends are jumping into Monster Hunter Rise when it comes out. I think it's going to be a perfect opportunity for Game Pass to kind of prove its case, but we'll see. Then the one that we were kind of questioning on earlier, Forspoken. It's coming out January 24, 2023. I thought it was going to be delayed. I guess it's not. I thought delayed even further. This is a game that I am invested in, right? I am going to probably end up getting into this day and date. I know a lot of people are kind of down on the demo and are really speaking high on its praises. I'll be honest to say I am getting it on PC, so there's a lot of things I'll be able to brute force my way through. And also way the modding community works, guys. Like if there's really any issues, I know people only say that about Bethesda games, but really that's just been a thing that's been part of the PC community for a long time. And Bethesda has been the one studio, or ZeniMax, however you want to put it, has been the ones to bring it to the console front to make it more recognizable, to show you what's also possible on consoles, who have allowed it. So it's unique to see that, but there's going to be a lot of things I'll be able to get through that maybe is not going to be tolerable on a PlayStation 5. We'll see. Again, I know a lot of the design and things are in question. I love the main character. I love the way, the aesthetic of her. I love the world, the fantasy world. A lot of people are comparing this again to Final Fantasy 15. I think that'll get my wife a little bit excited about that too, because she loved Final Fantasy 15, like I love Final Fantasy 15. And I know that's not something that a lot of people like to hear. So, I also think Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain is probably one of the best Metal Gears, but I never played Metal Gear outside of Phantom Pain, so that's just me. I'll have a jaded opinion on it. I'm excited for Forspoken, man. So we'll see how that plays out. Again, all the games that I've mentioned up to this point is another example of just like the variety that we're getting. A lot of these games seem to be third-person games. Also, that's the other thing. You got a lot of anime style games in there. Then we move into Dead Space remake. That's another one that I'm excited about. Although I am still questionable on it because, again, I played the original Dead Space last year, and it gave me some feelings at some moments. It didn't make me as tense as Senua did in some moments, but again, it's also a different style of game. Also, once you understand how the game world works in Dead Space, you can kind of finesse it a little bit. Although I really enjoyed the story. And for the remake, they've revamped everything, along with making everything one world, like everything seamless. There you go. That's the word. And that's the thing that has me a little frightened. I'm not even going to front to you guys.
Steel, do you think we get a 10-hour trial?
No. I don't think we get a 10-hour trial for Dead Space. No, because somebody's going to end up beating it within that 10 hours.
That's what I'm saying. It's a part of their program, though. Like, how are they going to justify that?
I don't think they're going to end up doing it.
Well, I think I hope we get some kind of demo. I hope we get some kind of demo.
I think we might get some. They might offer some kind of demo. But I don't think they're going to give a 10-hour trial, unfortunately.
But that'll be good. That'll be good to try out and see if it's too much or not this time around.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see. I mean, either way, I'm definitely going to try to play it day one. I might end up just streaming the game start to finish, just because I like the first Dead Space and I like the story.
I like Dead Space too. Yeah, for sure.
And it wasn't as jarring, although I don't know, man. With it being more seamless, it has me kind of questioning something. Then I think this is probably the one that Pong is the most excited for coming out in January. Mm-hmm. That is going to be Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Age of Empires 2 is a classic. This is a game that I played at least 4,000 hours back in the day on PC. Bro, Age of Empires 2 is, you want classic RTS, bro, like there's nothing better, man. And I am kind of debating on whether I'm going to end up jumping back into
Come
this.
On. You're going to skirmish with us. Let's go.
For nostalgia purposes, because
let's go.
Again, like I said, I mean, when you put so much time into these, Age of Empires, Command and Conquer, and StarCraft were such an integral part to my early gaming years. That really just opened up what gaming could really be. These are the first games where where you lost track of time. Where you start a match, and then before you know it, you're 3 hours later, and you're like, it's fucking dark outside? Like, the fuck happened? And it is literally one of those. I am excited that it is coming to the consoles finally, to see more RTSs come in, and it is going to be fully updated. It's going to be looking good, feeling good. It's going to be interesting to see how they end up bringing this over. It's going to be of that Supreme Commander ilk, where everything is easy, accessible. You could tell that they did a lot of work to make sure that it would be easy to play or easy to grasp, I should say, at least, because these RTS games aren't the easiest to play. What did they do to it? So, what do you got? What you got?
Yeah, Age of Empires 2 is to RTSs in a lot of ways what Diablo 2 was to the action RPG.
1,000%.
Age of Empires 2 I mean, there was other RTSs that were big
of
at
course.
the time. Don't get me wrong, but Age of Empires 2 did set the bar at the time for a lot of RTS fans. And that's why it's still here. That's why they made a definitive edition. That's why there are still people that are playing Age of Empires 2 definitive edition over Age of Empires 4 on PC right now today, is because of that fact. The fact, again, 2023 really is going to solidify this is the golden age of gaming steel. And that's because all genres next year are going to be represented across all platforms. And the return of RTSs is going to be gigantic next year. Mav and I have already been joking. We already warned people on PM and the PM and Xbox Ultimate, buckle up. You want to hear some RTS talk? Come to these channels because you're going to be hearing a lot of RTS talk next year. If you're not an RTS fan, I apologize. But we are going to be eating good next year. Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition is going to kick this off on the consoles with this Xbox version dropping into Game Pass. This is like the ultimate. That's why I think I'm going to be able to convince Steele. He might not play as many hours as me, but I'm going to convince him because we are going to have a group of people playing RTSs next year. It's going to be freaking amazing. We're going to have some epic battles. We can do some friends on friends. We're going to have some PvP stuff against other people. We're going to rally the troops. We are going to have one hell of a year building armies and destroying people. I have not had this feeling since Halo Wars 2 came out as far as RTSs go because we haven't seen any on consoles. Really.
Nick's ass. It's going to have full controller support, right?
Yes. 100%, sir. They are building it from the ground up, just like they are with Age 4 for the controller. They're redoing everything. This is going to be simply amazing. I've been waiting. Halo Wars 2, I don't know, I got 400 hours into it, I think, something like that. And that was pretty much, I didn't even complete the campaign in Halo Wars 2, even though it's a freaking amazing. That was pretty much all online. Again, I'm not the multiplayer guy that Steel is. But when it comes to RTSs, I put the time in to get good, and I want to be good, and this is going to be freaking awesome.
The thing, and as far as the reason why I am such a stickler about not playing RTSs, because they are time sinks, and it is one of those things.
You have to learn
when you're a gamer like myself who takes everything like serious. Like I want to be invested in what I'm playing. It does become one of those things because it is like chess. 1,000, if not even more complicated, because you have to think about the potentials and getting those resources up. And there's a reason why I coined that phrase, taking the RTS perspective, and it is based off of these things. There was nothing like, you starting off your base and you sending your workers out to go mine those trees. Not go knock the trees. I need the wood. I got to build that stuff up so I can get it.
You got to get your technology up faster. I got to
get my ships out so they can go do some scouting so I can see what's going on. I got to get these horses. I got to get this set up over here so somebody pulls up on me.
Waiting on the rush, hoping the rush doesn't come.
I'm waiting. I hopefully don't rush. Like there's that level of intensity, that level of play style that can become extremely a different beast. But
it's so satisfying.
For reminiscing purposes, I think I'm gonna have to go because it's one of those things. These are the games that started, especially Age of Empires 2. There's no.
They're bringing back Age of Mythology 2 this year. Oh, bro,
that's another one.
We're probably not going to get a console version this year, but they are bringing it back, and we should probably hear more about it. But eventually, they're bring it to console too, I imagine. But Age of Mythology was one me and the kid played on a laptop forever, bro. So good.
Because all it did was iterate what Age of Empires 2 was. And then they added the god perspective. Perspective.
Yes.
And so you had these big colossal titans walking around. Like that was your goal. And once you had that, bro, if you didn't have one yourself,
from all different cultures, bro. That was the cool part too. You had all the mix of cultures.
It was so perfect. It was so awesome. Perfect. Yeah. It was like it had that separate. It was like StarCraft, but it was based in reality. Like it was. It was so dope. Then to wrap the cap off January, we got Season: A Letter to the Future. This is another one that looked kind of interesting. It's supposed to be an adventure game, also. Not something that is up my alley, but I do think this is like.
This was
world ending one.
No, this is no. This is the one where she travels somewhere else, I think, Steel, and she's got to. Is this the one where she's got to take pictures of everything, and she's got to kind of document?
Yes.
I don't remember for sure. I know this one has to do with pictures and discovery, and she's finding things. I don't remember if I'm conflating two different games together, but there's another one. I don't know, but anyways, yeah, it looks gorgeous. It looks gorgeous, but not a game that I was anyway looking forward to. But I'm sure a lot of people are. Again, indies are all the rage right now, which is great. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to love this one.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. Dude said something in chat. He said, no, Timmy says, I remember playing Age of Empires 2 on the PS2, so it's been on console before with control pad control. I don't.
Age Empires 2? I mean, StarCraft was on N64.
Yeah, it was on PS2. Yeah.
Age was?
Yeah. In classic Mac OS.
I don't remember that, Timmy. Good freaking call, history-wise. Damn. I don't remember Age.
I don't remember.
I remember Populous. I mean, I remember a lot of 4X strategy games. I remember some RTSs.
It couldn't have been the
Command
same
and
game.
Conquerors.
It couldn't have been the same version of the game, though. I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy, Timmy.
Maybe it was.
Timmy, was it single player only, or did they have online?
Yeah, PlayStation 2 did have the.
It did have the adapter. It had the adapter towards the end. So I'm curious if it was
that
actually
could have been.
That.
This is because the game came out in '99 and released on everything.
Huh.
I don't know if PlayStation 2 had the adapter in '99.
I was playing Age at my buddy's house on a PC.
No, I only remember Age on PC.
Yeah.
So it had to have been a different version. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was the same thing. Who knows? But damn,
I mean, they had StarCraft on N64, so for God's sakes, you can do it.
True.
So,
all right, I guess that could have been one of those games to where
good call, Timmy,
where they were able to figure out some magic with it. That's pretty dope.
Yeah, it is.
So
I mean, again, that's what we've all talked about, though. This excuse that RTSs don't work on controller is completely BS. They've been putting RTSs on consoles forever. And sure, is it always the most ultimate experience compared to keyboard and mouse? No, keyboard and mouse will always win on RTSs, except for a game that's built from the ground up, like Halo Wars. Halo Wars was built from the ground up with the console in mind. And like I said, I had very few matches in all the hours I put into that game that I felt when I was playing against a PC player that I was at a disadvantage. Very few. There was a couple times where I said, okay, his speed probably beat me there, but that's it. Like, I had it down pat. You play with a controller on RTS long enough, it becomes second nature after a while, even if it's very unintuitive. In your brain trains, and it does learn. It just takes a little bit longer than some games to get down.
Supreme Commander is the best example of
Supreme Commander was amazing
because you were able to get to the map and get it wherever you wanted, get back to your base. Like you could tell it was built from the ground up.
Yeah.
And so if they had that in consideration again, especially with now having the knowledge that there was an Age of Empires 2 that was on console previously with pad controls, then that just means it could be an iteration. Well, of course, it's not going to be that same game, right?
Yeah, Kane's Wrath was amazing on controller too. Command and Conquer, they did a great job as well. I went back and bought those. I picked those up for the 360. I was playing them earlier this year on the 360, just playing through the campaigns and stuff, and it still clicked in after like an hour of play. I was starting to do things intuitively on the pad, even though it took me a little bit longer. And Timmy said he thinks that it was only single player on PS2, the Age 2. So that would make sense.
And that's 100% true also, Guardian. But like you said, if you play any game for a long period of time, muscle memory eventually would kick in. And that's the thing. Like that's what also why I love Rift Breaker so much, right? Because it did a little bit of both. Where it was the action RPG and
the tower defense
and RTS. It was doing everything. I was locked into that game. That's still another one that I will go back to. That's more my Vampire Survivors than anything, right? Is a game like that.
Colin A, you're thinking about Civilization.
Was that Civ?
Yeah, Civ went to Space Age. Yeah, you could.
Okay.
Remember, you could go through all the ages. That was the whole technological.
I don't remember playing.
Oh Civ, because you could get the nuke. You could nuke people. Like you could go all the way through the ages, all the way up.
The ones I mainly played was Warcraft, Starcraft, Man of
Civ was my
Conquer,
jam on 360.
Age of Empires. There's something else that was in there too. But I never got into Civ. I bet that's probably the reason why the type of games changed, right? It's like, do I play Civ or do I play Gears? I'm probably going to play Gears.
Oh, Doom, funny you brought up Spellforce. I just picked that up on sale, brother, over the holiday. I just got it yesterday in the mail from Amazon. It was on sale for like $13. So I had to get the disc version, but I just picked up Spellforce 3. I popped it in very briefly last night, right before bed, to check it out. Yeah, top-down RPG with RTS, classic RTS elements where you build buildings and all that kind of stuff with RPG, loot, everything, Steel. It's pretty damn cool from what I saw last night. So,
and Big Mad Mo says, what you think of Gears Tactics? I haven't played Gears Tactics. I'm a Gears fan. I'm a stand for Gears, and I haven't played
Gears Tactics was really good. Gears Tactics, I got to get back to it, Big Man Mo, but I really enjoyed Gears Tactics.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it.
Super cool.
I need
I
to
know
give
you're out.
I need to give it a shot. I need to give it a shake. As a Gears fan,
you're just out of turn base, man. It's all right.
It's the same thing with Halo Wars, dog. It's just like I never got into it.
Had you known me back then, you would have gotten into it, bro. Because I was highly competitive. Like I was going full bore, 1v1, 2v2, 3v3. I was doing all of it. I had one match that was literally almost 2 hours, I think, total match time.
Oh, I
3v3. And I wound up being 1v2 at the end, and I held them off for like an extra 45 minutes. Like, it was crazy. It was insane.
See, those be the moments where it's just like, look, it's not even about me winning at this point.
No.
This is the fact that I made y'all fight for this.
At that point, yes, it's attrition. I'm not backing off. Like, not at all.
Nah. See, and that's what makes those games so great, because it's like when you run into those people where it's just like you were expecting to stomp, and then you run into something, and they're like, it's not going to be that easy. Fight for this one.
Yeah, so much fun, man. So much fun. Oh yeah, Psychonauts, Dawn of War on PC was another great one. My buddies had that too. Dawn of War was a great RTS.
Damn, I don't know, man. I keep fighting starting Gears Tactics because at the end of the day, it is a Gears game. I know they got a good story in there too, and you can customize your characters and everything. I don't know.
Customization is cool as hell.
I'm not a turn-based. It's like when you look at what's available to you. If it would have been back in the day, and you'd be like, hey, Steel, you got this game or this game to play. And I had to sit with a game for 3 to 6 months, and that's the only game that I could play. Yeah, I'd probably go for a Gears Tactics because that's what I have, right? But it's not that, and that's what makes this such a up and down thing where it's just like, yeah, you might want to play those games, but it's like, about these things. And then you look at these things and then new stuff shows up. And then you're like, these indies, then you get lost in like a game like Death's Door, where like you get a tunic to jump in there. You're like, what the hell? How did I? It's just so much.
This year, especially, Steel, it's over with. We got RTSs, we got Starfield, we got Diablo 4. Like, those games alone could take you through the entire year if you got serious about them. Right? Those games, Diablo 4 is multiple hundreds of hours of gameplay.
Yeah. Easily.
So, easily. Starfield is going to be hundreds of hours for me.
Depending on how they have Diablo 4 set up, right? Because that's still something that's in question. I have seen some more videos of people who have played Diablo 4 apparently. And they said they liked it. And they feel like it's a really good experience.
There was a lot of praise. Yeah,
there's a lot of praise to be had, but Diablo is a game where the end game is going to matter a lot. And but
it's also got PvP, Steel.
No, and I love Diablo for that. That's kind of like, I think Diablo 3 still has PvP too. So that's kind of like where I've been kind of wanting to grab. I don't know. But yeah, Diablo 4 is definitely going to have that. So it's just going to depend on how they end up doing that end game, whether they make it something that's going to be very enticing. That loot chase is going to be up there.
Oh, and the loot's going to be off the charts, and with the skill trees now,
customization now with your character.
The skill trees that they've expanded. The skill trees are not Path of Exile skill trees, but they're still gigantic. Right. You're going to be able to respec. They got those codex. They added those codex pieces of equipment that you can find randomly that adjust your stats on top of everything else.
There's a lot going for it, bro.
Bro,
Like,
120 plus dungeons on top of the open world, on top of the boss instances where you can get 8 people in there fighting a boss instance, and then throw on the PvP, bro. This is it's gonna be something, man.
It's gonna be a hell of a game, and I just hope that they do well in the balancing and everything. And again, I personally trust Rob Ferguson to bring the game together. Again, I don't think Gears would have made it as long as it did if it wasn't for Rod. I understand that he may not be as in love with it as he used to be. Maybe, and that's why he separated to do something different. Or maybe he just didn't see another way forward. And when sometimes having it's also good to acknowledge when you got to separate yourself from something, right? And I think that's the point that he was at, which is why he went to Diablo. And him having his input in there, I think is going to do really well for them. I just personally hope that, especially if everything goes through for the Activision Blizzard deal, that they do not lean into the pay to progression.
Yeah,
aspect
won't.
Of the game.
They already explained their battle pass system. No pay to progress.
They say that right now, and then
I know, but I think they know better still at this point. And I say that about every company, and then some companies disappoint. But I think Blizzard, they've got their pay pig in immortality still. That's their pay pig.
Right.
They're not going to do that to Diablo 4 because they need to get that. Diablo 3 just, again, as we talked about earlier, dipped the popularity. They want to bring it back up. They got to do it right. And I think that this time around, they are going to do it right.
And also, Diablo 3 came out in 2015, guys.
Yeah. 8 years.
It's crazy to think about, like, how old that game is.
But it's still being supported. Supported, man. You even said it yourself, how many patches they've done. They still continuously do seasons. They do special events. Like, I appreciate that so much because a lot of companies don't do that, especially games that underperform. Diablo 3 was still a huge success. Don't get me wrong.
That means people are playing it, though. You know?
Yeah, that means people are playing it still. Like us, we jump back in, right?
Right.
So that's the way it is.
I'm still about that because there's like a book that you can get in Diablo 3 now that also adds additional specs to your character that I don't have. I don't know when we get it. And again, I was funny. I was doing Torment 2 by myself, Pong, and you could tell the difference when we're not co-op versus what we were. Because it's like, it's taking me a little bit longer to fight some of these enemies. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's crazy.
It is.
Splendiferous. He says, Steel, you about crazy as hell. Gears was going to be Gears, baby. It's what we do. You remember Halo, Gears, and Forza. Yeah, that's true. I love it.
I think Doom brought up Sacred 2 as well.
Diablo 3
Sacred
was
2
2013. I thought last time I looked up to Diablo 3, I thought and it was yesterday. It was 2015. Was 3 in 2013? Because it did come out on the 360 also. That's the other thing about Diablo 3 that's fucking crazy. That it's another game that's been multi-generational. Yeah, I don't know. I remember it coming out in 2012.
2012, May 15th, 2012.
Diablo 3 came out in 2012?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because I saw somebody say that it came out to PC first, and then it came to console. Okay.
Yeah, because this is the first, Diablo 4 will be the first launch where it launches on console, day and date. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. PC. Because that makes sense because Path of Exile came out 2013, and they were direct. Then that's why people were bigging up Path of Exile, because they continued the Diablo 2 aesthetic, where in Diablo 3 went more artistic, I guess. You could put more cartoony in some ways. 2015's Reaper of Souls. Okay. So that makes sense. That's probably why I was thinking of that.
PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 was September 3rd, 2013. That's great. A year and a half later.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That game's been, again, yeah, man, that's so crazy. That's 10-year plan.
Sir.
It
didn't start that way. Start that way, I don't think, but Blizzard had its ups and downs during that time period too. So
again, I mean, nothing but big ups to them for continuing to support it. And Doom Reaper says trust Blizzard. NetEase did Immortality but it's still under Blizzard. There's just certain things, and again, it is a mobile game, so there's a different dynamic to it. It is what it is. Well, again, January for me, the most hype game in there. Two of my pick outs are definitely going to be Monster Hunter Rise, since that's coming into Game Pass, and also Dead Space with Age of Empires. Forspoken, Dead Space, and then Age of Empires, kind of to top off the year, or to top off the month. Four games, guys. Two of those are gonna be in Game Pass. Two of the other ones that we're gonna have to invest into. But man, it's already starting January off with 4 games that I could possibly be interested in. That I am interested in. That's already strong.
Yep.
Like 2 games in January already solidified me for almost 6 months of Game Pass.
Mm-hmm.
2 games.
Games.
And one of the games shouldn't even be the price that it is, because I don't even have a physical option.
Right.
Hey, it is what it is. I think personally that should demonstrate what kind of year we're kind of walking into as far as 2023 goes. They do go on to about some of the following of the year, and we can kind of touch on some things really quickly. Let me see if I see any hard hitters. Again, let's just talk about the year and what can we kind of expect. I'll kind of pull it up again so you guys can see too. But I'll try to just go through some things that are some point outs, right? Hogwarts Legacy, we know, is coming in February.
Yes, sir.
Wild Hearts is supposed to be coming in February.
Yes, sir.
Atomic Heart is coming in.
Yes, sir.
3 games. Keep track with me, Pong, please.
Yeah.
There's 3 games. Rise of Call of the Mountain for some people. PlayStation VR 2. That's going to be big for some people. Altair Rise of 3. It could be big for some people.
Yes.
Octopath, for whatever reason, is not coming to Xbox this time.
So stupid.
Okay.
So fucking stupid.
Okay. Then Destiny 2 Lightfall is also coming in February. So Resident Evil Village is also coming to VR 2. Bro, Like a Dragon Ishin is coming.
Yes.
That's coming to Xbox.
That's gonna be huge.
Bro.
That's gonna be huge.
It's like 6 games already. This February. So just from January to February, you almost got 10 games already that I think most people are going to be interested in. And again, I'm just kind of flowing through this. Then you have Last of Us Part 1 coming to PC, the update. You got Wolong coming in March.
Yeah.
Bro, that's coming to Game Pass. And that's a co-op game.
So Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition.
Atomic Heart.
No, what was the other one in Monster Hunter Rise?
Yes,
Monster Hunter Rise.
Yes.
And then Atomic Heart.
Yes.
And then Wolong. Those
Correct.
4 games, you've got over your 12-month subscription already.
Yeah, and that's just in the first 3 months.
Yeah. First 3 months.
First 3 months.
You're done.
4
You're
games.
done. 4 games. If you play like us. If you don't play like us, then not. Yeah.
Then maybe not.
Yeah.
Then March, again, then you follow up with after Wolong, then you follow up with a Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Yep.
Resident Evil 4 remake.
Yep.
Bro.
Huge.
Something coming every month. And the Hogwarts Legacy is supposed to be coming to PlayStation 4, Xbox One in April.
Yeah.
The only April is looking like the weakest month thus far. Right? You got Dead Island 2. It looks like the highlight of that month.
That's going to be freaking amazing. Day 1.
Along with Horizon Forbidden West DLC.
Yep.
It looks like those 2 are going to be probably the highlights of that. Then you go into May. Zelda's supposed to be coming. Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League. Redfall, now we know it's supposed to be Street Fighter 6, Diablo 4, Final Fantasy 16.
Well, Diablo 4 is June, but yeah.
Okay, yeah. They move it. It goes into June.
Yeah, June.
So you got that in May, then you go into June, Diablo 4, Final Fantasy 16, then July, Legend of Heroes, and then games.
This is where it gets
6 months.
Yeah, because 6 months. Yeah,
they only have it up to 6 months. They have the rest of these games that are kind of wherever. They have some to be announced up here, like Age of Empires 4, for an example. Yep. Alan Wake 2, another example. Let's see what else we got.
Stalker 2 somewhere in there.
Was supposed to come into. Arc Raiders is another one of those games that we've been looking for to come in. That's supposed to be. Is that supposed to be a free-to-play game?
What? Arc Raiders? Yes.
Arc Raiders?
Yes.
Arc Raiders is supposed to be fit in there. Arc 2 Armored Core 6, Assassin's Creed Mirage, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora.
Although supposedly that's a wreck. It's a mess, supposedly behind the scenes.
So we can leave that out. Assassin's Creed Mirage, Atlas Fallen, another one that we were hype on. Blue Protocol, our anime game.
You forgot like Flintlock too in springtime too.
That wasn't even.
Flintlock's coming to March or April. It's coming, I think.
It wasn't even part of this.
That's crazy.
Flintlock, that's coming to Game Pass.
Yeah, that's coming to Game Pass as well.
Flintlock's another one.
Yep.
So they're boom. That's 5 games in your almost 6 months. Yeah. That's almost a game a month, guys. Like, I mean, whether you want to see it like that or not, it's completely up to you.
Yeah. Spider-Man 2. What else?
Yeah, Spider-Man 2 is supposed to come next
year. We
still
don't have Starfield somewhere in there.
Everspace 2 is supposed to be coming to console. So there's that.
Starfield,
Forza, Exo Primal, Exo 1.
Exo Primal should be earlier too.
Yeah, that should supposedly be. See, they got Flintlock in the unannounced section.
Yeah.
Forza Motorsport.
Yep.
They got the Grand Theft Auto trilogy.
Yep. Liza P.
Homeworld 3, that's coming to PC though.
Oh God, I wish they would bring that to console. I wish they would do it. Liza P should be in there.
Liza P, yep, that's supposed to be coming
Aliens Dark Ascent, good call, Doom Reaper, Baldur's Gate 3 on PC in August. Hopefully we get a console announcement of that. For sure. And then what else we got? Oh, we got Company of Heroes 3 coming to console now. Yep. Okay, another RTS.
Supposed to have a Payday 3 coming. Power World is supposed to be coming. Pikmin 4 for those who are into that. Let's see what else we got. Potion Craft, Pragmata is supposed to be coming. Let's see. Ravenlock. That's another one of those that was interesting. I think that was the one with the ghost chick and the dude. That was a third-person game.
Where's the Curious Case of Benedict Fox? That should have been somewhere in there.
That should have been in there.
Yep.
Redfall. I think we mentioned it earlier though. Yep. Remnant 2 is supposed to be coming. You mentioned Stalker 2 earlier.
Yep.
Let's see. Stellar Blade.
Yep. For
let's see. Yeah, for PlayStation. Let's see what else we got here. Lords of the Fallen.
Yep. We should get Warhammer 40K Dark Tide at some point on console.
That's supposed to be coming early. That's supposed to be coming within the first 3 months.
Hopefully.
Then the Transformers Reactivate that we just got some more information about. And they are following, from what we've seen, they are actually following Gen 1. Let me actually pull up. Let me do this, guys, because we sent this in the chat. Y'all can see I'm not talking to anybody special.
I couldn't find the other one that'll steal it. It had the different characters.
But guys,
I only found the one with Bumblebee.
But those who are watching it live, like what a good guess to say that was Bumblebee. You guys see this? For those who are watching live, if this is how this Transformers game is going to look, we're in for a fucking treat. This is going to be fucking a great game, and it's supposed to be a co-op, more so focus.
And these screenshots are from 2018.
These are old screenshots.
These are from 2018. I can't wait. Steel, if they kept this
next gen only.
If they kept this aesthetic, I am so down, bro.
Yeah, this is a perfect aesthetic. Like it looks perfect. This is exactly what I would want. This is exactly what I would be looking for at a Transformers game. Do your own thing. Give your own art style. You took the Gen 1 that Pong wanted, gave that updated flair that I was looking for. Because I like Gen 1, but Gen 1 can look outdated in some ways. In the way that they updated them, bro. I think this is a perfect example of an artist at work. Being able to blend something to the point where 2 audiences can be happy and be completely satisfied. It's crazy looking at the fact that they were this far in 2018. They also had some open world images. Some more, I guess, mission structure based images that they had up to. A lot of good stuff, man. Let's see. We're supposed to have Tekken 8 also come out next year. I didn't mention that.
Replaced
is supposed to be coming, bro. Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2.
Yes. Oh my God, I cannot wait for that game. That game shows better and better every time.
So it's like, how can you not say that going into this next year, we're not getting something better, right? That we're not going to be improving. This is going to be a perfect time for, I do think this is going to be a perfect time for Xbox, Microsoft to not only show their wares, but also prove what their true objective is, right? Whether they can hone their first party together, get these games rocking and rolling, or if the ideology has truly changed and the focus is on Game Pass, right? Because there's a lot of games that could potentially come out next year that could also end up in Game Pass. I mean, Monster Hunter, and the other ones that we mentioned earlier, I mean, again, having almost 6 games within the first 6 months come out, it already is hitting those notes of having a game every month to speak for your service. And that's not even considering first party, a lot of those games. Then you throw first party in that, you know, in part of that discussion, you're like, bro, especially for the titles that we don't quite know where they're going to end up fitting in at, there's so much potential to be had going into this next year, man. I'm excited about it for sure.
Yeah, Ray Oid, Big Mad Mo is correct. Transformers is being done by Splash Damage now.
Yes.
It's on its like 3rd or 4th studio, but Certain Affinity had it previously, and then they moved it to Splash Damage. So yes, that's who's finishing it up.
Which is going to be interesting though, because you never want to see a IP get passed around or a game get passed around to different people, because that means there's a lot of different people's perspective in game design choices that they've either had to fix, change, or go a different route in, which is why I think they backed off of the MMO and made it more so co-op based.
Co-op based, yeah.
Because I think that gave them, again, you know, the what is the quote? What is the word for it? The scope that you have for games sometimes can be extremely massive. And that was the issue that the different developers had, is that they didn't know, they couldn't refine their scope. And Splash Damage came in and was like, this is what you should do. You know what? Just give us the game. We got it. We'll finish it. If you guys are working on the Halo thing right now, maybe Certain Affinity had to pass it off, right? Because they got too busy with their Halo project. Because that's the other, maybe because they got too busy with their Monster Hunter project. Maybe they had to double down. They're like, yeah, we've been working on this, but we really are trying to get this Halo thing out, and we really want this Monster Hunter thing to be something great. We got Wild Hearts. It's going to be more competition. We got to have something else. We got to double down on our internal stuff. So here, Splash Damage, you hold on to this Transformers game. We feel like you guys could really do well with it, and Splash Damage had faith in it. Big Mad Mo says, and DE is publishing. I don't know. Digital Extremes.
I don't know who's publishing it.
I don't
On
know
their
who's
website,
publishing.
they don't have a publisher.
Yeah.
They got Hasbro. Hasbro's obviously connected, but they don't. I don't know who's publishing it.
I don't know if Digital Extremes would be the ones publishing it, because then Digital Extremes is owned by Tencent.
Yeah.
And
well, who's Splash Damage owned by though? Is Splash Damage owned by Tencent now?
That's a good question.
I forget who Splash Damage is, but yeah, just to get back to your point, Steel, you know, there's so many games next year. Like it's because Xbox could come through with some crazy stuff too. We're supposedly getting a new small.
No, Splash Damage owns themselves.
They do own themselves. Okay, they're independent still. Wow. Okay, that's crazy.
Splash Damage Group Limited is their parent group.
Okay, all right, cool.
Elden Ring should have 2023 DLC too. Sorry.
Yeah, Elden Ring's going to have DLC. We're getting a Fallout 4 update, current gen update with mods and everything else dropping in for free on all consoles and PC, which is going to be not PC. PC's already got it all, but
right.
On consoles. Is going to be insane. But we got, a small passion project that shout out to Grub talked about this past week on Xbox Era with Special Nick. He dropped some info that there's a passion project kind of like the size of Pentiment coming out of Tango Gameworks, supposedly, that's going to be announced at the early showcase for Xbox as well. So we've got Xbox come through. Again, I put it out there the other night. Minecraft Legends. We didn't even pick up Minecraft Legends too.
Other one.
Aura for PC is coming. It was supposed to be on console, but it sounds like the console version has been delayed or won't be out until later. But Xbox legit has a rock solid 6 titles this year, okay, from first party. Depending on how you classify them, I don't care. I'm saying first party titles. They got a rock solid 6 first party titles come to console with the 2 Age of Empires, with Minecraft Legends, Starfield, Redfall, and Motorsport. They legit could have, if they've got a surprise or two for the fall and winter, they got a surprise or two up their sleeves with like a small project from Tango and then either a Hellblade 2 or Avowed. And I know people are saying, no way. Well, we'll find out. But they could legitimately have 8 to 10 titles this year come out of first party, which would be crazy, which would be absolutely insane. And then you throw second party in there, third party, whatever you want to call them, along with the Game Pass deals. Just on Xbox alone, you're talking about 2-3 former years worth of titles in 1 year. Like, this is going to be one of those years. And everybody's talking about how Sony's going to have a down year. We're going to find out.
Yeah. Find out real quick.
We're going to find out. I think Sony's got surprises. They always do. They tend to. And I know people want to say, well, all their games have been delayed. That's why they had games these previous years. The fact is they put out games every single year, whether they're delayed games from the prior year or not. They put out games every single year.
There's games delayed every year.
Yeah, there's games delayed every year. They're going to have games this year, and they're going to have a couple surprises again. I'm on the Factions train. Steel says no. I think Factions comes out this year.
I hope
but
so.
Sony's going to have a showcase this year at some point where they're going to sell Hopes and Dreams again. They're going to go back to the PlayStation 4. They're going to show Wolverine off. They're going to show stuff that they're probably going to show off Cory Barlog's new game. Naughty Dog is working on multiple projects as well. They're going to show off some stuff. They're going to sell Hopes and Dreams again, but they're going to have some surprises from third parties that we haven't heard about yet either. They're going to have some games as a service drop. Sony's going to be here. Nintendo with Zelda alone is going to be a powerhouse this year. Zelda will automatically be one of the top 3 sold games this year, hands down, probably the top sold game. Spider-Man 2 might come close, but they're going to be one of the top. They've already got 2023 sold just with that alone. And then you got Xbox. The major players are in play. Then we got all these third parties that have been having games delayed themselves for the past 2 years that are eventually going to have to drop. And we see that as Steel went through that first half of the year list.
Bro.
If that was the entire 2023 list, if that was if you spaced all those games out, just what he listed, and you didn't list them all.
Bro, I didn't.
You spaced that out from January from January to December of 2023.
Well,
that would be one hell of a year.
Oh yeah, just those. Yeah, just that.
Just what you listed. If you spaced it out for the entire year and said, "Hey, this is your lineup for 2023," that's one hell of a freaking year.
Yeah.
And we still, yeah. And then we still got a whole second half of the year that is unsettled, undecided, and unknown games going to be ready to rock and roll that we didn't know about. Sure, there'll probably be some delays in there as well, but we're starting to come out of that time period now. It should be more consistent this year. We're talking about, again, one of the potentially on paper. We'll have to see how these games come out, how they play, how they score, all the stuff that we normally wait for. But this potentially could be the greatest year of gaming ever. Hands down. This could be. And we could have some really big surprise genre-defining games come out this year. Atomic Heart could be a game that is the new BioShock.
Yeah, could be.
Right? It could be the new BioShock. Oh, yeah, we forgot about Ken Levine's new game, too.
Yeah.
What's it called? Judas?
Yes,
what it is?
Judas.
Yes. We could have genre-defining games here. I already believe Starfield's going to be. Zelda could set a new bar for Zelda. Spider-Man 2 could set a new bar for Marvel games over on Sony. Listen, we could have like incredible games. Jedi Survivor could set the new bar for Respawn and what they're doing over there. Again, a lot of people thought the first one got snubbed originally. Now it's coming into a year that is jam-packed with Game of the Year potential from all different places. The Game of the Year awards are going to be a bloodbath this year. It is going to be, I don't know how they're going to whittle it down to 5-6 titles this year. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be insane.
Yeah, we're going to have to see who really ends up sticking out, man. Only on Xbox says Zelda about to be cheek. Starfield is going to change the game. But hopefully. And again, it's one of those things where I am interested in to see what Starfield is going to end up doing. Especially as somebody who is I am a casual Bethesda fan. I gotta use Pong's casual Halo fan. Yeah, the game of the year is definitely going to be crazy. There's so much potential in the next year. I don't know what's going to really highlight it for me. And again, I mean, there's also Doom Reaper mentioned. We forgot about Ghostwire Tokyo that's coming for Game Pass in March.
Yeah,
and again,
we're getting that too.
I was going through that list being really choosy about. I was trying to pick out the bigger names from what I saw in those first 6 months, and that wasn't all the games, right? That's just what we kind of know about at this point.
Hades 2 might be ready this year still.
Could be, and there could replace the Game of the Year nominee. Yep. We'll see. Again,
it could be the one indie. The indie scene is going to be a bloodbath this year too, because they always throw in one indie game like Stray somehow. Whatever. So one indie game is going to be there for the Game of the Year nomination. Which one is it going to be? There's potential everywhere. It's so crazy, dude. So crazy.
Yeah, it's the definition of insanity. I'm extremely excited for it. And I can't wait to see what it brings us. It starts tomorrow, guys. We'll see if Xbox ends up having some kind of a showcase to demonstrate what we can expect within these. Because again, they do have a lot to speak on up until June. What are you going to give us in these next 6 months? And is your 12-month time frame that you gave us
better be
going to stick to truth? Because if it is, I mean, we already isn't. No, I mean, Redfall still technically falls in that, so that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
they got through the end of June. Technically. So, I mean, E3, if they launch Starfield or Forza at the end of June, am I going to say they broke no, they didn't break the commitment. It's through June, whatever. I'll give them through June for all three of the major titles. So how they space them out, Forza can pretty much drop whenever. Yeah. Again, that's the one that I say might slip. Might slip. Again, I will have something to say if it does, because they should never have included it in the showcase, but
it might not.
We will see. It might not. But Starfield and Redfall have to be first half of the year. It have to be. For all their promises, they have to start hitting these promises. And again, folks, hear me. For all of you that just hear criticism and forget all the good things that I have to say. As a gamer, I will not be complaining about not having anything to play as we just got done running through. I will have more than I know what to do with if they delay these games. It's a separate issue that for Xbox, for their promises, for their outlook, they have to start hitting when they say they're going to hit. We can't have bunts. We can't have delays. We got to have triples. We got to have home runs. They got to start being on time with their commitments. That's all I'm talking about. Yeah, as far as a gamer goes, I'm not going to be sitting out here saying I got nothing to play. Fuck you, Xbox. I wasted my money on your system. Okay. That's never going to happen. I'm good. Okay, I'm good.
Exactly, Nick. That's exactly what we're looking for them to walk the talk. Stop talk. If it's not going to happen,
don't say
stop putting a fucking date on it. That's so fucking pointless to me. Why?
Right.
Just say, it's delayed.
We'll save that energy for after the showcase that they're supposedly going to have. We'll see how things go. We'll save that energy for when it happens, because if they do nail it, if all three games show up in the first half of the year, my God, what a stellar comeback it's going to be, and well deserved for us gamers who have been with Xbox here since the start of the generation and waiting on this stuff. Man, it's going to be killer. It's going to be freaking absolutely insane to add on to everything else. So, man, we're going to have a great start to 2023. I expect if they're going to have a showcase, we will hear about that showcase very shortly. And I think they're going to have to announce it sometime. Yeah, next couple of weeks for sure. I wouldn't even doubt next week if they're ready. They got to get it out there. They got to get out to the airwaves and let everybody know when it's going to be. Now, again, if they're not planning on doing a showcase till March, which seems late to me when you've got the showcase in June, but they might. Okay, then you can wait a little bit longer. But all word on the street is early, January, February. So we need to hear about it soon. And then still on top of everything that we just ran through, if they close that ABK deal,
there's going to be a flood of games that come into Game Pass.
There's going to be a flood of games that come into Game Pass. The hype level is going to be freaking through the roof. That's if they close that by, let's say, June, July, the second half, that's all the talk's going to be. It's going to be crazy. Diablo 4 is going to be already hitting.
It's going to be nuts, bro. It's going to be nuts what we hear. It's going to be a fun time no matter what.
No, it definitely is. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, that is our, outlook thus far on our wrap up on 2022 and our outlook going into 2023. As we've stated, it looks like there's a lot of things to be excited for, a lot of things that we look through. And anticipate.
Yes, Doom, the remake of System Shock. Sorry, Steel. Everybody keeps throwing in new games that I completely forgot about. Yes, System Shock, the original inspiration for BioShock. My God, System Shock is going to be freaking fantastic too. Scary as hell. I'm going to force myself to play through it because I played it back in the day and I want to play through it again. Cannot wait for System Shock remake to come too. It looks awesome.
Nick says, I'm expecting an Xbox show next year at 12:01 a.m. tonight. He's a dude, man. That's funny as hell. But yeah, hopefully that kind of gave you some things to be excited about. The biggest reason why I kind of wanted to give you guys the top 10 games that I at least recommended for the year and also gave those additionals in there is so that you can kind of go back and if there was anything that we mentioned that you didn't play, maybe you can go touch on, right? I know a lot of people were up and down about Gotham Knights. I would definitely recommend you to go through it. I know a lot of people are up and down about Naraka Blade Point. I'd at least advise you to go in there and try it while it's still in Game Pass, right? Take advantage of these things while you have them. Need for Speed Underbound is a recall back to the Need for Speed. Again, there's all these examples of different games that are in there that are going to definitely be well worth your time. None of these games that I've mentioned today are games that I would say, hey, do not go spend money on these games. Matter of fact, the top 10 list that me and Pong gave you were mostly games that were not in Game Pass, right? And my top 10 list is going to be games that were impactful to me. Yep. And they're also more so, and I think that's the way it should be. What impacted you? What made an effect on you throughout the year? And at least that's how I was looking through it as I was kind of breaking down my list, right? Because there is a lot of games, like Paul said, he touched over 150 whatever games this year. And I've touched quite a few myself this year. And if it wouldn't have been for some of these games, I probably wouldn't have touched those other games. So it's something to consider. Everybody has a different perspective. Everybody has a different outlook on what's value to them. And again, if I can honestly say, for the people that say, oh, well, why do you have Game Pass? It's not worth it. There's nothing in there. If it wasn't for Game Pass, I wouldn't have played half of these games that are in there just due to availability reasons, right? I had a way to. It's not about having it's not about having the money or whatever. No, it's not about being broke. It's about time. And I know everybody wants to bring it back to, oh, you just don't got the money for it. It's no, you cannot literally play everything. Out of all the games that we mentioned, we're still at least missing another 100 games that other people have been playing and have spent their time in, right? We can't cover everything. That's why, I want the chat's opinion. What were you guys playing? What were other people playing? That's why I always listen to see what the community's been doing because those things are important because everybody is different. Everybody, has a different influence and influx that they believe in. So.
And Big Mad Mo, you're not alone, brother. More people are becoming grazers. That's what Microsoft wants. That's what Microsoft wants, sir. Yes, my community of grazers is growing on a daily basis at this point because, as Steele just pointed out, it's about time. And if you're somebody that does have to complete every game, you're going to be limited unless that's your job, unless you're somebody who can play, games 12 hours a day, 365, you're going to be very limited into how much you can actually consume. Whereas us grazers that don't care about completing games, that just want the experience of playing different games, we're going to be able to, we've got more than we're going to know what to do with too, because there's only so much we can play as well, even as a grazer, but we are going to experience a lot more games. It is going to be crazy, but Microsoft wants to turn everybody into a grazer. So everybody wants Game Pass. That's why Game Pass was created. It's going to be amazing. So, but yeah, we got a lot set up, Steel, for next year. Next year is extremely exciting. You're going to hear a lot more of this talk going into 2023 from us here at Living Splitscreen and all of our other channels as well. Because again, there's still surprises. This is just what's out there already. And we know 2022 came with a million different surprises when it came to gaming. And then you throw in hardware surprises this year. I think Nintendo's going to announce their new Switch. I think that PlayStation is obviously going to have their redesigned PlayStation.
You made a bold.
I did.
I was sitting there in my seat like, are you fucking serious, Pong?
Yes.
I do console next. I know they got the new SKU that they're doing with the removable disc drive and everything.
Yeah.
But you're saying it's going to come in and just replace the standard console.
Yes.
They're going to take their digital and their standard and just completely remove it.
Yep.
And this is going to be the new one.
That's going to be it.
$500.
I didn't say price point because I think it comes in at cheaper. That's why they're doing this, the removable disc drive. So I think it comes in cheaper. I think they try to get this thing in at $3.
Think it's going to be $299?
I think so.
After just raising the price to $549, they're going to drop down to $300.
I think so. Okay, well maybe they'll start at $399, but their ultimate goal will be to get it down to $299.
Yeah, no, I can see that. You
see, see what I'm saying?
You can only go a couple more years before it's like, I'm not paying $500 for this fucking box, guys.
Yeah, but I think that's exactly what they're doing still, because think about the cost savings they're going to have.
Right.
If they cut it down to one SKU with a separate disk drive that people can purchase, but they got one console, that's going to save so much for them, especially in a smaller form factor. Give it a little bit more stability. That's why I said a small performance bump, not like a pro version. Although that was my one of my wilds that they come out with the PS5 Pro that'll launch in 2024. I think I said 2024. They'll have a pro version which will be more powerful than the Series X. So that's my ultimate guess.
Bill said, we will no longer lose the power narrative.
That's why Xbox will probably come out with their own Pro, which is what Mav went with. Mav went with that one. So.
Again, it's one of those things where it kind of fits into the expectation of some things, right? Just because technology does improve, they are going to constantly reiterate. There are ways for them to make it cheaper and also give you a performance bump. It is kind of not necessarily going to say messed up, right? Because that just has been the kind of the way technology has been. Over the last 20 years, where it happens less frequently with PC. I know a lot of people are trying to make it seem like, oh, you got to have the newest thing on the market for you to keep up. No. A lot of people, a lot of gamers that play games on PC typically end up having their equipment for up to 5 years, and that is going to shorten depending on how things continue to move forward into the future, or it could stay along that path because it is going to depend on how games continue to be developed, right? If we do take that step and SSDs are going to be are going to become a necessity, you have to use them, then things will change. If things change to where RAM becomes more important, then things will change. Again, the further we move into the digital era, the further we move into game engines and how people can design games with the power of the cloud, you can end up getting into a point where your games could be powered by the cloud and you don't even know it. Unless you look at your internet bill, your internet company is like, hey, you've used so much data for this. You're like, what the fuck?
That's why they're bringing in Kojima to test out the tech. That's why they're doing it.
There could be a lot of that that's going to end up happening. So there's no real knowledge of where things could go. Only a little bit of a basis and.
It's going to be great, man. No matter what. Again, big year. Everybody expect it. We're going to be here for it. I hope you all will be too as we lead into 2023. Man, God, this is going to be a fun year.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic, and I can't wait for it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was your 2020 wrap up. In your 2023 kind of look into the future. Again, future generations, the power of the SSD. And they don't see it. I don't see nothing from Kraken. I don't see nothing from Velocity either. Two marketing terms that were used and have not been used again. Can somebody tell me when the last time Velocity and Kraken were used? By the people that were selling the boxes? Somebody?
They're not.
Anybody?
Tech Talks from the first year the consoles were out. That's probably it.
But when is that going to come into play? Because nothing has been designed for that yet. I'm just saying. But anyway, but we want to talk about how games can't keep up. Well, with that being said, I do think this is going to be the perfect opportunity for us to get into our this day in gaming segment.
Make me feel old, Steel.
And again, I do want to thank all the wonderful people for joining us today on this New Year's Eve. Hopefully you guys have a fantastic New Year's Eve. Don't get into too much trouble and stay safe out there. Don't drink too much or anything like that. And hopefully you guys end up having some fun, maybe get a little snacky snack in.
Doom had a shot of Kraken 5 minutes ago.
Oh, you had a shot of Kraken? Oh, well. So why does Doom Reaper have the Kraken and PlayStation doesn't? I'm curious. And I shot some velocity bullets in Warzone earlier, so I guess that's where the velocity is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this day in gaming.
You're right, Lord Roughness. Ray tracing. That was a big talking point too.
Yeah,
now everybody knows it ain't worth it. And if you've been listening here in Living Splitscreen, you know Steel has been downplaying ray tracing since the beginning.
Yeah, it's fucking
saying it's not worth it.
It's not, guys, and
it can look gorgeous. It can look gorgeous.
Yeah, it can look good.
It's not worth the hit.
It's not worth you giving me more of a feeling of the game, right?
No.
I will always say that that's more important than the game can be pretty all it wants to be, but detail matters, and I think that is going to become more relevant further we move to because that's going to be something people pay attention to. What is going to separate you from other games of that ilk? The detail. Right. More customization, more options, not taking away things. Call of Duty, Destiny, guys. Taking away content isn't the fucking answer. If you have to take away content, then what the fuck were you doing in the first place? Why is it not back yet? I'm just saying. Anyway, December 31st, 32 years ago, we are starting in 1990.
I was 15 years old, brother. Let's go.
Started the 90s. What a great time. Yes. In 1990, we're starting with PC. They had the Bard's Tale 3, The Thief of Fate.
Good games. Love Bard's Tale. Classic writing.
Then the Game Boy released the Tower of Druaga in Japan.
Okay.
Then in 91, PC released The Rocketeer.
Okay. Oh my God, the movie. Do you remember the movie?
I remember the movie.
Yeah.
I didn't know they made a fucking game.
Yeah, they did.
Then in 95, PC released A Beast Within, a Gabriel Knight mystery.
What the hell?
Okay.
Then I got a beast within me.
Yeah, I do too. Then in 96, PC released Death Rally. They also released Diablo. Shout out to classic Diablo.
Yep.
Then PC also released Power Slave.
I remember Power Slave.
Yeah. Then in 97, PC released Civilization 2, multiplayer gold edition.
Yes. Shout out to Civ. Oh, man. Love Civ, man.
Then PlayStation released Midway Presents Arcade's Greatest Hits, their Atari Collection 2.
What year is this?
97.
Okay. So they've been doing arcade collections for freaking forever, bro. All right.
Fucking a while. Then PlayStation also released Shadow Master in 97.
Okay.
Then in 98, PlayStation released
I remember Shadow Master. Shadow Master was pretty cool.
Oh,
all right.
Okay,
Akuji?
Gotcha. Yeah, PlayStation released Akuji the Heartless.
Okay.
Nintendo 64 released Battle Tanks and Castlevania. Shout out to Castlevania. Classic Castlevania.
Yeah. Got to bring open world Castlevania to life.
Bro,
God, that would be awesome. Konami's supposed to announce a bunch of stuff this year. You saw that interview?
Yeah, I did.
Konami said, so we're going to get a Metal Gear remake, but
we're missing that.
They got to have a Castlevania. I'd love to see an open world Castlevania RPG style. Oh my God, I would die.
I think they should do like a Devil May Cry style Castlevania.
Yeah.
Focus on the combos, focus on even some of the stealth elements. They need to make Castlevania is one of those games where that's one of those they need to really bring that to life in today's day and era. For sure. Then in 98, Game Boy Color released Harvest Moon, GBC Game Boy Color.
Shout out to Harvest Moon.
Then PC released Thunder Brigade. Shout out to Thunder Brigade. Let me click on that. Yep, Thunder Brigade. Yep, that was a fucking good game. I love that. Then in 99, Nintendo 64 released Bassmasters 2000.
Oh, gotta love me some fishing games, brother.
That was a good time back there. Then PC released
Sega Bass
Battlezone
Fishing
2.
was the best.
Yes.
Sega Bass Fishing.
Sega Bass
Dreamcast with the rod. Oh my God, I had it. So good.
PC released Battlezone 2 Combat Commander. And PC also released Demise Rise of the Crouton 99.
Demise Rise of the Crouton. The Crouton or the Crouton?
The Crouton.
Oh, okay. Not the Crouton. So
No,
it wasn't a salad battle game. Okay.
No. In 2002.
You ever eat croutons by themselves?
Croutons are pretty good. I like croutons.
I love those. I get big bags of croutons from Sam's Club.
Yeah.
They're seasoned.
I
just eat them. I just eat a handful.
I used to do that fucking all the time. I love croutons. There's nothing
Way off
like
topic. Sorry,
there's
folks.
nothing like a good salad with some croutons.
Yes, you're right.
Then in 2002, this is one of the greatest Lord of the Rings games that have ever been made. But the GameCube released The Lord of the Rings to Two Towers.
Very good game.
What a fucking great game. They can just remake that game and I'll be happy for them.
Bring back Battle for Middle Earth. RTS.
Middle Earth, yeah.
Oh,
bring that back too. But Two Towers.
Two Towers was good.
No, there was nothing bad. Then in 2011, PC released Melty Blood Actress Again Current Code in Japan.
Melty Blood. It's a fighting game.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Fighting game. Yeah. Anime fighting game. Very good.
Gotcha. That makes
They came out with a new one
wow.
recently.
Okay.
Yeah. It's out on Xbox too, I think.
Oh. Then in 2011, PC also released Ogon Musu Kaioku Cross in Japan.
Nice.
Then PC released Space Quest 2 Vohal's Revenge.
Space Quest.
Okay, nice shot at Space Quest. Then in 2019, Android released Top War Battle Game.
Top War Battle Game?
Yeah.
God, these generic titles, bro.
Then in 2021, it's almost like we went back 30 years.
Yeah.
The next thing we're going to know, we're just going to get it, instead of Madden, it's going to be called football. No.
Football.
Because fucking FIFA doesn't have the FIFA name no more. So what are they going to call themselves? Soccer? Just soccer, that's it?
Pro soccer. Euro soccer.
It's going to be football 20.
They'll go with football. They'll go FUTBAL. They'll distinguish themselves that
or they'll do FUT 24. Foot 24. I don't know. That's going to be really interesting to see how that ends up playing.
Maybe they just spell FIFA backwards. A FIF football. Rebrand.
That would be funny as hell.
Would that not?
Yo, if they did that, I would fucking be. I'd be crying. I'd cry.
Oh, that'd be so amazing.
I don't know how hilarious that would be.
A FIF 2023. That would be awesome.
That would be fucking hilarious. It's gonna be interesting how they end up playing that out. But 2021 PlayStation 4 got Mythic Ocean.
Okay.
Yeah. This says it happened in 2023. I don't know if it's trying to tell us the future. It did say it happened a year ago. So
Crystal Ball?
Risk of Rain returns on Nintendo Switch.
Risk of Rain returns. Look that up.
Apparently,
that could be the next game.
This is announced to be coming out December 31st of 2023.
Okay.
Are we in the Matrix?
Yeah, we're in the Matrix. We just got a little glitch in the Matrix, little forecasting the future.
Because even when I pull it up, it says it doesn't release until then.
Yeah.
Hold on. I gotta do some deeper read. Come with me to Google, guys. Let's go to Google.
I knew Risk of Rain was coming out with a new one. I heard about it, but
it says it's coming 2023.
Yeah. So this day in gaming gave us a little glimpse.
So we got a future outlook on what a game that's going to come out, and this actually says Pong -1 years ago.
Okay, so somebody just accidentally threw that in a glitch in the Matrix. That's what happened.
Hey, well, guys, before we get any more deeper into the Matrix, confused, but it's okay. Risk of Rain, if you guys didn't know,
Risk of Rain is good, by the way. Risk of Rain.
I've heard great things about. I've been tempted to jump in.
I bought the 2-pack on sale, the first one and the second one for like $8 or something, like 8 months ago, beginning of the year.
Really good.
It's actually a really good game. It's really fun.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
2023, guys. Hey, if nobody else announced it, I know they put I looked it up and there was some announcement trailers and everything.
Yeah.
But that's coming out in 2020. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was your This Day in Gaming segment. Shout out to GameFAQs for that, GameSpot for giving us that information. But with that being said, this was episode 85 of Living Splitscreen. I want to thank everybody for, rock and rolling with us over the couple of years that we've been doing this. It's another great year to end it with you guys. Again, we're almost 2 years in to doing Living Splitscreen. Again, I believe it's going to be episode 104, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be episode 104. That's going to solidify our 2 years doing this. Again, I did that for a reason.
Yeah, we're
so
a year and a
separate
half
the
in.
seasons and
Crazy.
everything. Crazy to think about how long we've been doing this. Crazy to think about the community that we've built up, or just the people that tune in on a week-to-week basis, and even on the audio side of things, guys. Right, where you guys tune in on a week-to-week basis and listen to me and Pong for 4 hours or however long that you end up listening in. Because I know we try to do timestamps for you guys, so you can kind of tune in whenever you see fit or whatever part of the conversation you want to. Biggest reason why we do that. And I want to just greatly appreciate everyone that's been following. Again, we are on that road to 1K, and no, we didn't end up hitting the goal for the year. And that's fine. Again, the only people that we could blame, if we're going to blame anybody, is ourselves. Me and Pong only do the one show a week. I have tried to live stream here and there. I actually may do some live streaming today just for some New Year's Eve shenanigans. I think it'll be funny, or just be a good time if you guys want to tune in for that. I might. I haven't decided yet. Still doing some things at home too. So, but other than that, it's been nothing but a pleasure. I get every Saturday. I have a time to look forward to. That's why we don't miss unless we have to. And me and Paul try to be, as upfront as possible. If we have to miss or whatever, as early as possible. Because that's another thing I do want to change going into the new year. It's just being more vocal with you guys. Putting out more content throughout the week for you guys, whether that's just a checking in every, once every other day or whatever the case may be, just so you guys know that, again, me and Pong are doing this to build up our community, to build up, because we want to be a voice for the industry. We want to talk for, not everybody may agree with us, but we do want to be a space to where people can come and express how they feel. We take it subjectively, and we also express our opinions, and also let you know that, hey, don't come here thinking that we're not going to express our opinions either, because we will, guaranteed.
Yes.
And if there's anything that you guys feel like we need to improve on, if there's any questions or anything else, look, the DMs are open. Not my email open. You can easily find me. Steel Rain, the T is a 7 everywhere. I'm telling you guys, literally, type it into Google. You will find me. If there's anything, shoot it out to me. I can't guarantee you that I have the answers, but I can guarantee that I will respond, because that's just the type of guy that I am. Good, bad, or indifferent, I don't really care. You're not going to affect me. I've been doing this shit, dealing with people and dealing with the internet for too long for God for anybody to fuck with me now. And if y'all do, hey, I got a place that you can come to if it's really that serious. Anyway,
He's got gators.
I do. I got a moat, and I got gators that swim in the moat. And you guys better be careful. No, seriously. Again, I also, Pong, you talked about it on the Iron Lords a bit, how we got into this, how we started it and everything. And I do want to let you know again, I say it all the time, but I am grateful to have you doing this. The fact that we're doing it together, the fact that it just works so well, the fact that we don't have to, and again, this could be a negative for some people, that we don't have to sit here and study some things and get with each other and spend an hour here and say, hey, let's get our notes together and make sure. I mean, yeah, we can do that at some point, and we do. And to be fair, we do take notes, guys. Like we take notes throughout the week. Me and Pong are always DMing each other different shit and talking about shit in the DMs when we do talk about stuff. And, there's always something going on. But the fact that it can be as effortless as it is, I think it's something else that's unique. And it's not like we stumble over each other or that we're talking about the same shit over and over again. And we actually talk about games, guys. Like, that's the other thing that I think that is extremely unique, because that's another thing why I don't tune in to a lot of people anymore. It's not game talk. right? And then the other thing too, I mean, even if it's not game talk, you can always have a good conversation, but time is everything. And I'll be completely honest in saying, you will 9 times out of 10 more likely catch me in an Xbox message or in a party chat, something to that nature, Discord, even though I don't use that frequently, than you will on Twitter. Because I'm actually playing these games. Or I'm doing real life shit. One of the two. I don't spend that's part of the reason why maybe me and Pong aren't doing as well as we should. Because it's like, we don't live on social media.
True.
We don't. I used to, way back when I was young, like when I was coming out of high school. But maybe I've become the crotchety old man. It's just like, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. But it's also, I've been there and I've done that. Those things be expected. Nothing anybody does in this community or anywhere in real life, people don't surprise me. What makes you think that what you guys do is surprising? And hopefully that carries on with some of you guys. And please hold on to that model that I gave you earlier. Don't expect for other people to think like you. Nobody will ever think like you. What you should expect, though, is, I wouldn't necessarily say expect. I would say, but please work on finding people that you can come to an understanding with. Come to find people that you can have conversation with, that are not going to belittle you and
that you can respect.
You can respect
mutually.
1,000%. Because anybody that respects you is not going to use personal attacks against you in conversation.
Correct.
Anybody that respects you, no matter what Pong says, like it's like we will always come from respect. Like me and Pong can talk about religion and politics all day in the background, and because it's at a respect point of level and not I'm emotionally driven, so I need to attack you. And I feel like I have a bit of an understanding of who Pong is as a person. I know that it's not emotionally driven or charged, or there's not some hidden agenda behind it. And again, that just comes with getting to know people and finding your people, man. So it's going to be different for different people, but know what you stand for. Work on that this year, guys. And 1K was the goal for this year. 2K is going to be the goal for next year. I want to hit 3, to be completely frank with you guys. At least 3K next year by the end of December. I think we could do it. Again, there's a lot of content that's coming out, a lot of games coming out. Who knows? Yeah. Pong might end up getting that wonderful PC of his. And,
if I get my PC, we're going to have a Starfield channel. So it's going to be
there's going to be a lot of content coming.
Yeah.
Definitely at that point for sure. And then we'll need to find somebody who loves us enough to work for free until we blow up. But anyway, guys, thank you again for joining us. 2022. Can't wait to see what we do in 2023. Continue to share us out. Continue to show love. Tell your mama, daddy, uncle, girlfriend, cousins, friends about us. If they're into gaming, if they're looking to get into gaming, tell them to come right here to Living Splitscreen, where you get that live, raw, uncut, and just authentic gaming conversation. And again, taking an RTS view, pulling ourselves out of the world to look at the darker crevices of the map, pulling those resources together, and building up that foundation to potentially reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always talks about. We here at Living Splitscreen are a non-console-centric platform, meaning we talk about everything going on in the gaming industry, the community, and just add a lot of personal flair to it. Pong, with all that being said, I gotta let you, the uncanny X-Men himself, who is not Cyclops, more so maybe along the keen of a Gambit, maybe a Wolverine. I can see you one of those. But you are definitely an uncanny gentleman in every way, shape, or form. Let the beautiful people know wherever they can find you. And again, man, greatly appreciate you for joining me on another of this.
Awesome words, Steel, to end the year on. Again, shout out to Psycho not showing up here, brother. I hope you're feeling better. Psycho's under the weather again. He got COVID again. So shout out to you, Psycho, and shout out to Slow-Mo Backslap for dropping on in here. Slow-Mo, I see you, brother. Thank you. But great words to end 2022 on. I think we had a great run here this year, Steel. Very consistent. Yeah, we had a couple times we had to take off because of real life, but other than that, we're here 3+ hours each and every Saturday. Giving you
basically 2 shows in one every Saturday. And again, we found a community that does find us entertaining. And again, whether it was one person in here or whether it's 50 to 100 people in here, it doesn't matter to me. It's crazy that anybody wants to sit here and listen to us talk, but that means we're doing something right. And appreciate all of you. Again, all love and respect to this community, to anybody who shows up in any of the podcasts. It doesn't have to be just ours, any podcast. If you're supporting out here, people like me and Steel, who are just doing this thing because we love it, because we're passionate about this industry, and because you are too, and you like hearing people talk about it and engaging, listen, appreciate you. You're why this works, and you're why this happens, and you're why Steel and I are here every Saturday doing this, and why we, like Steel said before, don't come out of this drained. We come out of this energetic because this is awesome. What a 2022 for a lot of channels, but especially ours. Living Splitscreen has become a special part of my life that I miss when we don't do it. So thank you all for being here. Hope you all had a good 2022. If you didn't, I understand a lot of ups and downs over the past few years, especially for a lot of people. I'm right there with you. So here's the 2023 kicking off. Here's to maybe a whole new, hopeful kind of period of time where maybe we'll have an energy shift and things will look better for all of us. And we can get back to more normal, whatever that is. Again, I know that definition is different. Yeah. For everybody, but I think everybody understands energy wise. I hope it gets back to a more normal. I hope everybody's life is filled with blessings and love and light and all the good stuff that life is supposed to be about. It's never going to be perfect. Can't be perfect. You gotta have the bumps. That's kind of what gives life its spice. But at the end of the day, I hope we're on a more positive path. And with this in this community, again, that's why I spoke out today on the energy. Listen, just be careful. And just watch, protect your own energy and watch what energy you're putting out there, because it really does come back to you whether or not you believe it. And just, if anything, try to put out more good than negative at the end of the day. And I think you will see things in a different light. But let's try to build this community up. Let's try to continue to grow it and expand it, because again, for being the #1 entertainment industry in the world, we do have like one of the smallest communities out there. So let's try to grow it. Let's try to get out there and be better. But thank you all for an amazing, wonderful 2022. Can't wait to see what comes in 2023. If you couldn't tell, Steel and I, and a lot of people are excited for 2023 within the video game world. It's going to be an amazing one. It could turn out to be the best of all time. And we're going to be here for it. We're going to be talking about it. We're going to be celebrating it. And we're going to be criticizing it if necessary. If necessary, we will be here criticizing it. But we're looking forward to 2023. Everybody, Happy New Year's to all of you. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Be safe out there. Please be smart out there. Again, crazy stuff happens more and more these days than it used to be. So just be watchful, be wary, have a great time, hug your loved ones, tell everybody that you know that you love them, and hoping for the best in 2023. Find me, Pong Soul, Xbox, Pong Soul, Twitter. You know the drill. Tonight, we are actually going to end New Year's with the Shop Podcast. PT Blam, Fuzzy, and myself will be live, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. Be there. And then, of course, starting off 2023 next week, I'm actually looking like I'm going to have a rare appearance on Xbox Factor Podcast. And my brother, Steel, might be joining us as well on Xbox Factor. We'll see. But it looks like I'm going to have a snow day, stay at home Tuesday. We're supposed to get another 6 to 10 inches on Tuesday, which means I ain't driving. So I'm going to be home and I'm going to hit up the Xbox Factor Podcast, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Mr. Boomstick is the man. All good things green on Tuesdays. Be there. And then Thursday, Mav and I are back. PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM. Fun Speculations channel, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. If you didn't catch this past Thursday's episode, go watch it. We did predictions for 2023, and Mav and I got crazy. We got crazy on our predictions, as Steel was talking about earlier. So go check that one out. It was a fun show. We had a good time, but we'll be back this next Thursday as well. Be there. And then Friday nights, Xbox Ultimate, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Fun Speculations channel. Never know what you're going to get. We did a game show last night.
I did.
I don't know why Mav chose that game, but whatever. We did a game show last night, but we're going to get back to game talk this coming Friday. We had a good time last night. No matter what we do there, we have a great time. So be there at Xbox Ultimate every Friday night. And then, of course, Saturday, Steel and I will be kicking off 2023 right here. Living Splitscreen. You know what it is. Buckle up. 3+ hours. You're going to get it. Guess what? Have a great weekend, everybody. Be safe again. Happy New Year. It's golden age of gaming. Play what you love. Love what you play. Get those hard drives clear because you're going to need a lot of room for next year. And get ready for some RTS talk. I'm so excited. Listen up, everybody. Have a great one. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people, again, thank you for joining us on episode 85 of Living Splitscreen. And again, audio listeners, please leave us a little review down below. Let us know how you feeling. And other than that, we'll see you guys in 2023. Y'all stay blessed, stay easy, stay safe out there for tonight. And again, y'all stay safe, be blessed. Much love. Peace.